Chapter 2170. Qing Xian looked at this star and frowned. Everything was normal, but because of this, everything was abnormal. Hence, he turned to Shi, who was also an orthodox Daoist like him and had a profound family knowledge. As far as I know, when Zerg was born millions of years ago, did junior martial brother Shi dabbled in the way they were born? Zerg was not born naturally like the beasts, nor was it born with the chaos like the ancient beasts. It did not even grow up together with humans like the demonic beasts, going from a mortal to a cultivator. The appearance of the swarm was actually relatively late, about 1 or 2 million years ago, which was the period when the inner and outer scenic skies were established. Humans called this period the ancient times. Shishi's eyes focused. For a Daoist sect with a long history like theirs, as long as there were human cultivators, there would be historical records. Every cultivator had their own academic direction to dabble in, but the history of cultivation was a hurdle that all cultivators could not bypass. According to historical records, in the first year of the ancient times, there was a red tide that wreaked havoc in the universe. The cause of its origin was unknown. Wherever it passed, it was like a plague that ran rampant. Even the void beasts were not spared. At that time, the number of human cultivators was limited. Occasionally, there would be cultivators who went near to explore, but if they were not careful, they would be trapped in it. It was like an army of ants passing through. Under the gnawing, they all turned into white bones. Just when the world of cultivation thought that the red tide would endanger the survival of the universe, the red tide came and went quickly. After a few hundred years, it disappeared mysteriously. No one knew where it came from, and no one knew where it went. After the red tide, Zerg rose. As soon as it appeared, it showed its huge advantage in numbers. It was as if it appeared out of thin air, without the process of reproduction. Therefore, after investigation, the world of cultivation determined that the appearance of Zerg was related to the red tide. However, the specific mechanism of the connection was never determined. With the rise of cultivation and the disappearance of the Hong Fan, it was difficult for cultivators to conduct in-depth investigations into what had happened at that time. This was because the insect clan had more characteristics of cultivation creatures, and they were no longer as rampant as the Hong Fan. Therefore, humans slowly accepted their existence, but their status was set behind that of the monster clan. This was not discrimination. In fact, in the past 1 to 2 million years of development, the Zerg had never shown any signs of communicating with other cultivation creatures. Therefore, instead of saying that the entire cultivation world was discriminating against them, it was better to say that they had cut themselves off from the cultivation world of the universe and were willing to become a pest in the universe, an existence that was despised by all living creatures. For more than 1 million years, you didn't integrate into the cultivation world of this universe. Do you expect the other races to beg you? Therefore, Zerg's status as a cultivator in the universe is his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. Qing Xian nodded. The records about the red tide in Taoist schools are similar. I think it's the same in Buddhism. This was limited by the size of the cultivation world at that time. As for the characteristics of the red tide, I have some specious legends here. It is said that the red tide could easily form a small area of the sky and a large area of the universe. It was because the medium of the red tide came from the stars. In other words, one or several stars were eroded and turned into eggs. Then, the stars lost their original cohesion and finally collapsed into countless waves of particles. Of course, you can also understand it as the red tide, the tide of eggs, that wreaked havoc in the universe. The monsters were dumbfounded. They had no history, so their knowledge could not be passed down. Their abilities came from their supernatural powers, which was the continuation of their bloodline. Therefore, they knew nothing about what happened 1 or 2 million years ago. It was like listening to a book from heaven. Yang Chen was curious. You mean, like the insects that waited on a star for 100 years, it might not be because of the monsters on the star, but because of the structural characteristics of the star itself. In order to help the eggs turn into sand and form the red tide. Then, why not look for those desolate stars? Wouldn't it be safer and less eye-catching? Even if they wanted to look for the stars with the source of life, wouldn't there be more human cultivation regions, more spiritual vigor, and more powerful life force? Is it just because they are afraid of humans? Qing Xian nodded. This is actually my question, so I can't answer you. I can only tell you the guess in my heart. Before I find evidence, I will not be responsible for my words. Madam Sword 13 choked out a sentence. Is it nonsense? Or is it irresponsible nonsense? Qing Xian ignored him. Along the way, this guy had been struggling because of the name he gave him. He was nitpicking everywhere. It was too childish and immature. When there was a chance in the future, he would provoke him again. I think the target of the insects should be the stars. There is no doubt about this, because only the suitable stars that can be turned into sand eggs are the prerequisite for the formation of the red tide. The key is, what are the selection conditions for the sand eggs to be turned into stars? Historical records can no longer be checked. In ancient times, most of the stars with spiritual vigor were in an empty state. They were randomly selected and would not attract too much attention from cultivators. But if we assume that this is the case for the melon star, then can we guess something from it? For example, a desolate star is definitely not suitable. The environment is bad, the temperature difference is too big, there is no spiritual vigor, and there is no air layer. It may not be suitable for sand eggs. Why did he choose the beast domain instead of the human domain? Aside from the fact that he might incur the revenge of the human domain if he acted in the human domain, there might be other specific reasons. The environment of the human star and the monster star are actually different. For example, a denser pressure difference, a stronger life force, a more primitive nature. Shishi continued, the life force of the melon star is indeed very strong, so strong that the body of a normal human can't bear it. Only the monster race with tougher bones can survive on it. But now we are all guessing that there is such a possibility. It can explain why the insects chose such a star and stayed on it for 100 years. They are ovulating, right? But it may also be because of other reasons. Who knows the world of insects? To make a conclusion right now and say that the insectoids were going to carry out the birth process of their ancestors and undergo another evolution before the change of the epoch, using the red wave to improve the overall ability of the insectoids. Well, that's what I personally thought, but my rationality told me that it was a very small probability event. We can't have the burden of saving the universe on us every time, right? Could this be the will of the heavens? I think it's more likely that it's because some random guy joined the team, so it's more likely that he's unlucky. They are all outstanding half-immortals in the main world. There is no secret that can completely escape their judgment. This comes from the rich history of cultivation in Taoism, and no other race can compare with them. This is also the only possible inference that they have come up with along the way, which fits the strange behavior of the insect swarm. For this reason, they have been deducing for millions of years. Of course, there are also those who are lazy and have nothing to do. It is good to have friends, especially the law nerds. They like this kind of deduction the most. Why not let them use their talents? Chapter 2171. There was no point in saying so much, it was just to let everyone have the most basic psychological expectation. Maybe there was a very powerful young god insect queen, and the demon beasts couldn't handle it. A half-immortal could handle it. However, Lu Xing was currently deducing a very important combination of Dao realms, and was a little unhappy. Of course, the most realistic reason was that when you had a reliable friend, you could sit and not stand, and you could lie down and not sit. He pretended to be pretentious. Are you done? Then let me conclude with a few sentences. Throwing a brick to attract jade, making a fool of yourself, defy. The 4 demons pricked up their ears. This was their master, and they had to respect him. Of course, the 3 human half-immortals were dissatisfied. When they were discussing, they were daydreaming, and now they were pretending to be leaders. Lu Xiaoyi acted as if he didn't feel anything. 1,000 words are better than 1,000 words, a chicken belly is better than practice. Actually, everyone has said so much because they want to make a simple game more complicated and interesting. I understand you guys. It wasn't easy to gather everyone, and you guys want to do something big. Stir up a big mess. Stir up a big dung pit. After listening for a while, I think the simplest way is to determine if there are any half-immortal insects on Melon Star. If there aren't any, it's like chewing vinegar, a wasted trip. If there is one, well, we still have to argue about who should benefit. If there is a large group, then this trip is worth it. I won't argue with you guys. If there is something you can't solve, then call me. Let me see how much you humans have improved in these tens of thousands of years. The demons were convinced. They felt that this was the magnanimity of the king of 10,000 beasts. It was good that he was in charge of the overall situation, and the young ones would do the work. The three human half-immortals curled their lips, and Yangbai muttered, "A bunch of nonsense, you might as well not say anything. There are too many masters like you in the immortal court, that's why we have to change eras." Their current position was still very far from Melonstar, and they didn't have to worry about being detected by the insects. In view of the fact that they wanted to completely understand Zerg's possible scheme, directly charging in with light cavalry was a bit rash, and they would lose their comprehensive understanding of the whole matter. In their view, this insect swarm might not be an isolated incident. If there was one in northern sky, then there definitely wouldn't be any in other celestial heavens. Sneaking in was the best way to sense what was happening on Melonstar. Before that, they needed to have a more accurate understanding of Zerg's power on Melonstar. Qing Xian looked at the four demons. "I might need you to make a trip. You don't need to go deep, and you don't even need to go up to the star. Just provoke it outside the star, just like what you have done countless times. You don't have to worry about your safety. Shishi will follow you and cover your retreat. I will support you from the front." So, the key is how much you can provoke the swarm. The angrier they are, the higher the realm of the insects they send out, and the more successful you will be. In short, if you cause trouble, we'll clean up after you. The four monsters excitedly nodded their heads. Since they were able to tangle with the insect swarm for such a long time without stopping, it was clear that these four monsters were mentally strong. Now that they had the support of four half-immortals, what was there to be afraid of? Qing Xian reminded Shishi, "Try not to expose the aura of a human half-immortal. I know that you have a soul source beast subduing technique, it's very wondrous. Let's use it. How deep to go, how far to go, and when to stop, it's all up to you." Shishi smiled, "I'm good at this. Even San Qing might not be able to do it." With a twist of his body, he had turned into a Daotai beast. This was the transformation of the soul source beast. It was not the same thing as transformation. It had a magical ability. In the Supreme Secret Manual, there were 9 forms of the soul source beast subduing technique. The reason why Shishi chose the Daotai beast was because he thought that this soul source beast subduing technique was the most suitable for the current situation. This kind of ability had a miraculous effect when used in a special environment. However, if it was used against a long-range player like Lu Xiaoyi, it would be meaningless. It was better to use the original body to display the state of Dao. It was a special technique, but not a true technique. Madame Jian Shisan gave a parting message. "Brother, is your Daotai beast missing an item? Or is this item originally neither yin nor yang?" Shishi's good mood was messed up by this guy. He retorted, "It's not embarrassing that I don't have that item. What's embarrassing is that I had that item, but I still wrapped it with tape and pretended to be a bladder polyp." The 5 demons flew forward. Qing Xian did not give detailed instructions on how to do it. It was all up to them. After flying for a few days, they began to approach Melonstar. Shishi asked, "If we weren't here, how did you guys come here to find out the truth?" The rooster flapped its wings. Recently, it began to learn the rhythm of the phoenix's wings. It felt more handsome and elegant. Now that it was in the transition period of flying, its wings often stumbled. It did not even realize that it was flying askew. It thought that it was the pain of the transition period. There's no special method. You know that demons like us are straightforward. We don't like to beat around the bush, so we like to be straightforward. We just rush up and kill until there's a bug that we can't handle." Shishi was speechless. This method was indeed simple and crude. It was in line with the characteristics of the demons. Humans like to do things in a complicated way to show their civilization. Demons like to do things in a simple way to show their instincts. "Okay, then we'll do it according to your method." You can do it more boldly. Otherwise, you won't be able to lure out the real thing. The 4 demons nodded. They had wanted to do this for a long time. They did not dare to do it in the past because they were afraid that they would be trapped in the swarm. Now, they were not afraid anymore. With 4 thick legs, they could do whatever they wanted. Shishi followed behind and didn't make a move. Instead, he quietly observed the movements of the insectoid swarm. He had personally experienced several great wars in the universe, and he had come into contact with the insectoids many times before. It was bloody contact, so he had a deep understanding of this species. In the sky outside of Melonstar, there were not many wandering insects. However, there were enough to support a strong barrier, enough to detect any intruders. This circle was set up one day outside of Melonstar. Careless fellows like the 4 demons were obvious targets. However, if he were to pass through, he could easily pass through. Although they were discovered, the swarm was not in a hurry to surround them. They appeared to be calm and had a clear division of labor. They were different from the insects he had encountered before. Were these insects smarter? Or were they controlled by the insect mother? He could not make a judgment yet. Then, as they rushed in, monarch-level insects began to surround them. They were very organized, just like an army. Under normal circumstances, the demons would tangle with the insects here. If they could win, they would continue to move forward. If the pressure increased, they would have to consider the issue of retreating. On this point, the demons were very cunning. However, this time, the 4 demons fought very boldly. They continued to rush in as they fought. When they did not have to think about retreat, they became very brave. Chapter 2172. There were already more than 20 monarch bugs pouncing on them, but the demons were still able to hold on. This was because there were no young god bugs in the swarm for the time being. Shishi had a hunch that the reason why there were no young god bugs was not because there were none here, but because they did not want to appear too early for fear of scaring the demons away. With the organized nature of this swarm, this possibility was completely possible. He did not remind the roosters because this was originally part of the plan. He was confident that no matter what happened, he could send these 4 guys out. The 4 demons were in a killing frenzy in front of them. For 1,000 years, there had never been a battle like this where they could kill to their heart's content. They did not have to think about their escape routes, did not have to worry about traps, and did not have to save energy to escape. They only had to exert all their strength. The rooster's sharp pecks and claws, the bubblefish's space crack bubbles, the wild boar bearing its fangs, and the kitten's agile lightning strike. These methods might seem a little crude to human cultivators, and the technical Tao state was not high, but they were the most suitable attacks for the bugs. The simplest, most essential, and often the most effective. The melon star is getting clearer and clearer under the attack of several monsters. However, the thick clouds block the view. Shishi seems frivolous and talkative, but it is just a kind of external packaging. When he really does things for himself, he is an authentic Taoist who can't be more cautious. He did not release his spiritual consciousness. The thick clouds would greatly reduce the penetration of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, if there was really something on the melon star, it would be easy to alarm it. This was just a test. The worst thing to do was to make the show real and act on its own with blind confidence. On this point, he could completely trust the Dharma cultivators. That was why Qing Xian did not send Yang Cheng. He was the kind of person who would directly kill the stars if he could not keep watch. Under Shishi's careful observation, a few young god bugs suddenly appeared. This was the real attack. Shishi had seen many insect swarms. Ordinary swarms did not have young god bugs at all. Only large or extra-large swarms would be guarded by young god bug mothers and bugs, and there would not be many of them, probably less than 10. From this point of view, at least this swarm was very likely to be an extra-large swarm. Since the 2 universe wars, such swarms rarely appeared and disappeared without a trace. To be able to send out 3 young god insects to deal with 4 demons here, this family's foundation was not ordinary. This made him even more interested in the truth and falsehood under the layer of gas. He had the same intuition as Qing Xian. The closer he got to Melon Star, the more he felt that there was a big problem. That was why he used such a cautious method. Otherwise, for a half-immortal like him, exterminating a swarm of insects would be as easy as charging over and giving them a beating. The universe was in chaos, and there were more and more strange occurrences. Various powers, orthodoxies, and races had all brought out their trump cards. They were not to be underestimated. As soon as the 3 young god insects joined the battle, the situation of the battle immediately changed. The monsters could no longer hold on. In addition, there were more than a dozen supreme insects eyeing them covetously. They took turns to attack. This was their limit. In theory, the abilities of demonic beasts and insects were basically at the same level. Demonic beasts were more flexible and cunning in battle, which was the result of their long-term association with human beings. On the other hand, insects were more bloody and instinctive. They never took their lives seriously, even if it was a sun spirit insect. Having a certain understanding of the situation, she sent out a signal to retreat. The 4 demons began to rush out together. The Daotai beast opened its mouth and sucked in a young god beast. Its body quickly stuck to it. This was the uniqueness of this kind of primordial soul technique. It specialized in absorbing the primordial souls of all kinds of foreign creatures. It was not of much use to human cultivators, but it had a miraculous effect on foreign species, especially non-ancient species, such as insect. The appearance of such a thing in the fierce hand-to-hand battle caught the big insect a little off guard. It was stuck to by the Daotai beast, and the huge force that it could not resist at all instantly extracted its spiritual will. It was like a walking corpse. It spat it out again. The wild boar tacitly caught it and chewed it crisply. The Daotai beast only destroyed the spirit and did not eat the body. Moreover, it was a little disgusting for the human illusion beast to swallow it. However, the wild boar did not care about this. As long as it was meat, it would eat it without any restrictions. After a few breaths, another young god beast entered the wild boar's stomach. It was not that she did not want to give it to the other demons, but the other 3 demons had a shadow of eating insects. They did not have as good an appetite as the wild boar, so it was no wonder that the wild boar ate it alone. After eating, it licked its lips. If no one eats, I, the old boar, will accept it. When I come back, I won't fight with you for the food in the storage ring. Kitty's face showed disgust. Wild boar, you're so disgusting. That's the body of a young god beast. Its bloodline power is abundant. Aren't you afraid that you can't digest it? The wild boar chuckled. More than half of my abilities are in this stomach. No matter what it is, as long as it enters the old boar's stomach, it's shit and fart. 2 of the 3 young god beasts were broken, and it began to become easier to escape. The remaining 1 could no longer stop them and could only let the 5 demons break out. At this moment, a powerful pulling force came from the melon star, as if the power of the entire planet had gathered together. The 4 demons' momentum immediately stopped and they began to fall involuntarily towards the melon star. This was not a power they could resist at all. The Daotai beast knew that it was not good. This was not the power of a young god beast or a beast queen. This was the power of a half-immortal beast, and it had merged with the entire melon star, which was especially surging. He did not hesitate. The phantom of the Daotai beast disappeared, and his original human form appeared. The Dao turned into Taiji, and the yin-yang eye in the void turned. The surging power had been mostly eliminated by him. Even though he had been exposed, he was not in a hurry. He looked at the melon star. Controlling insects, torturing living creatures, going against nature. Who is the fellow daoist below? If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless. The insects on the side were still there fearlessly. Shishi's Dao realm turned, and the huge Taiji will began to rotate. In an instant, the insects around him were strangled to death. Don't let these things die. This is a matter of our level. Of course, if you don't care, I don't care either. The big rooster and the other 3 began to quietly retreat. They knew very well that from now on, everything had nothing to do with them. Staying here, other than causing trouble for the exalted immortal and increasing the danger to themselves, there was no meaning. This was what they had said earlier. It was fine if they were not exposed, but as long as they were exposed, they would immediately leave. This was actually a paradox. If the melon star did not have any half-immortal insects, it would definitely not be exposed. If it did, it would definitely be exposed. No half-immortal would be stupid enough to not notice the other half-immortals taking action. Chapter 2173. P.S. Asking for double monthly votes. It's still the same old rules, 500 votes plus one update. The guild master will be counted separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers will be in October if they have a final burst of strength. Calling for votes, calling for genuine subscriptions. In addition, I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. Qing Xian and Yang Chang landed on Melon Star without anyone noticing. Just as Shishi killed the insects, the other insects began to retreat to Melon Star under the command of the voice behind them. They attached themselves to the bodies of the two supreme insects, and were no different from the other insects that returned. This was the ability of a half-immortal. When the difference in realms was too big, insects that were not very smart would not be able to escape such attachment. Qing Xian did not care, but Yang Chang was a little disgusted. However, at this time and place, she had no choice. Part of their plan was to let the monsters know, and the other part was not to let the monsters know. They knew very well about the abilities of half-immortals. The probability of Shishi being discovered by the half-immortal insects was very high. No matter how magical his primordial soul was, it could not hide the fact that the Daotai beast was not a real demon beast. Therefore, Shishi's direct action was the opportunity for the two of them to sneak in. The cooperation between the three of them was already very tacit. They knew each other's thoughts, and this did not need to be discussed in advance. Shishi was in the light, and there was not much hope to see what could be discussed. The two of them were in the dark, and they wanted to know what happened on Melon Star. As for that Lu Tong, he was excluded from the game. It was not that they deliberately excluded this guy, but this lazy guy actually said, there has to be someone to collect the corpse. Or someone to save people. The main problem was that they did not see too much risk, and it was not to the extent of sending out all of their forces. The four of them combined was already very scary in the main world. On Melon Star, it was dilapidated. There were no signs of life other than Zerg. In fact, they did not find those small insects. The insects here were all above the realm of Yuanying, which was a very strange thing. The insects had always fought together as a family. This was their way of survival. They did not expect to completely subvert their understanding here. This place has already turned into sand eggs very seriously. I estimate that in another 30 to 50 years, Star Desert will be completely covered. Not just on the surface, but from the inside out. Qing Xian scooped up a handful of sand and silently felt its composition. Devouring and egg transformation, until every grain of sand is a latent worm egg. When they float into the universe, they will form a large-scale red wave. Then evolve, change, continue to devour, and form a new species. Yep, an evolved version of the insect. Smoky Cricket also said, they're all dead eggs. At least for now. It should be able to be activated in the future through a certain method, the power of evolution, right? Little Meow and the others were limited by their realm and knowledge, so it was reasonable that they couldn't recognize this kind of dead sand egg. To be honest, if it weren't for our preconceived notions, we might not have thought that it was a desert formed from dead eggs. In fact, in a sense, deserts are fossils of living creatures. There isn't much difference between the two. The two of them controlled the insects and wandered around aimlessly on the Melon Star. It was dead silent. Not only were there no living creatures, even the greenery could not be seen. However, the Melon Star's life force was very abundant. Because there were no living creatures to absorb it, this kind of force was getting stronger and stronger. Smoky Cricket was weaker in this aspect after all. Such strong life force can't keep expanding. It has to find a way to vent. Is it the moment when the red wave is formed? This time, will it happen at the same time as the change of era, or will it happen earlier? Qing Xian pondered and said, it won't be delayed until the change of era, because no one can be sure what will happen at that moment. It will happen earlier, because after a new insect species appears, it also needs to go through the second and third generations of reproduction. This will take time. Therefore, the red wave may come earlier than we thought. This was a very bad result. Their guess had come true. It seemed that it was not difficult to solve the problem of the melon star. Kill the half-immortal insect queen, then find a way to purify the sand eggs of the melon star. If it really didn't work, they might as well destroy the Concord star. After all, there were no living creatures on it. But the problem was that if they did that, they would still have more than 10 sand-transformed stars to purify. This was known, but what about the unknown? It was impossible for such a huge plan to only exist in this sky region. Then, it was being watched by a few small demons. There must be other similar arrangements. How were they going to find them one by one? With just the 4 of them, it was almost impossible. It was also impossible for them to search the entire east, west, north, and south skies. Therefore, solving the sand eggs wasn't a good solution. The real solution was to find the deep-seated reason behind the red wave. How did the life force activate the sand eggs? How did the half-immortal insect queen control all of this? Was the insect queen the mastermind behind all of this? Or was there someone else who was playing tricks? From their point of view, the half-immortal level couldn't do all of this. There must be a higher level of influence. In this sensitive period, would it be related to the immortals looking for a way out? Just like in the land of no return? As time got closer and closer to the end of the era, they found that their opponents were no longer the half-immortals, but the immortals of a higher level. They seemed to be in a hurry to leave a way out in the mortal world. How to find out this layer of relationship was what they should really do, and not just be perfunctory. This might involve the life and death of countless humans. You could be perfunctory, but you couldn't be perfunctory in your own heart. Either they didn't come, or they had to solve it completely. On the eve of the establishment of a new era, this was an event that couldn't be allowed to happen, even if they asked for it. Was it very helpless? Mediocre people would see the risks and troubles, but ambitious people would see the rise and fall of their luck. If they handled it well, it would be a great help. It was much more reliable than looking for a certain heavenly treasure that could increase the probability of success. Smokey also frowned. To her, she hated all problems that couldn't be solved with a sword. The half-immortal insect queen is in the depths of the Earth's core. Don't be fooled by the fact that she doesn't notice our arrival now. This won't last long. Maybe she's just pretending to be stupid now. It's meaningless for us to do this in secret. The insect queen is there. She's very confident that we can't do anything to her. If we can't solve the problem by force, what else can we do besides force? Qing Xian smiled bitterly. I've always prided myself on my wisdom. Every time I encounter a problem, I always have a way to solve it. But Gua Xing's situation has put me in a dilemma. It seems that this kind of thing needs someone who doesn't take the usual path. Come up with a bad idea. Stir things up. But if we do that, won't it be too embarrassing? That guy is waiting in the outer space to laugh at us. If we really invite him, he will laugh at us for 1,000 years. Smokey also didn't quite agree. Don't worry, let's think about it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't ask that guy for help. Otherwise, his tail will be raised to the sky. The two of them reached a consensus. Obviously, if Shishi was here, he would definitely agree with them. Chapter 2174. P.S. 11 times double the monthly vote. It's still the same old rules, 500 votes plus 1 update. The guild master will be counted separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers will be in October if they have a final burst of strength. Calling for votes, calling for official subscriptions. I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. They came in high spirits, but they didn't expect things to end up like this. They couldn't go up to the sky or down to the ground. They were stuck here. Qing Xian and Yang Cheng were at their wits' end here. Shishi was pretending in the outer space, but the insect queen did not respond at all. She just let him be bold, and did not argue with him verbally, and also did not fight with him with fists. I think that since it's useless to be sneaky, why don't we do it openly? Do people of the fifth ring need a reason to kill insects? Let's not talk about anything else. Why don't we beat them up first and see what happens? Let me tell you, even if we find little Yi, what good can he do? It's just a disturbance. Beat them up first and see how they react. Qing Xian thought for a while. Don't kill them first. Anyway, the insect queen probably won't run away. Yang Cheng shook his head. Who can guarantee that she won't run away? But these celestial bodies can't run away anyway. The worst result is that we have to spend more time purifying the celestial bodies. Furthermore, I feel that if we are forced to the point where we need to be purified, we don't have to do it ourselves. There are plenty of sanctimonious people who bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind in the lower realm to deal with these troubles. This is a great merit. Even 10 or so planets may not be enough for them to share. It's best if we can completely solve this problem, but if we can't, why do we have to take it on ourselves? Why do we have to take this credit? The matter of the universe should be done by the aliens. If we don't let it go, we won't have a big picture. Qing Xian bowed. His thoughts were a little wrong. To be honest, the sword vein was stronger than the Dharma vein in this aspect. It was broad-minded and willing to go all out. Being calculative about the survival of the universe's creatures was a sign of narrow-mindedness in itself. Okay, we'll do as you say, senior sister. Let's beat them up first. The two of them did not stand on ceremony and rose into the air. In any case, there were no living creatures on Melonstar at the moment, so there was no need to restrain themselves. Even if they destroyed the entire domain, it would not be a big deal. It was a good opportunity to destroy the sand eggs. Qing Xian's chi of yin and yang penetrated into the ground. At the same time, Yang Chen's flying sword also pierced into the ground. What kind of strength did the two of them have? Their Tao realm abilities were among the best among the half-immortals. Once they let go of their thoughts, the stars started to shake, the earth started to shake, and even the clouds on Melonstar started to tremble. The next moment, there were traces of spatial fluctuations in the atmosphere, and a Taoist came in. Who else could it be but Shi? He was bored waiting up there. When he saw the movement of the stars, he knew that it must be his two companions who were fighting. How could he hold himself back? He immediately rushed in to help. They've started fighting. That's right. How dare that dog ignore me? I've been tolerating it for a long time. Qing Xian's heart skipped a beat. She knew that it was inappropriate for Shishi to come in. The best way for the three of them was for two of them to fight on the planet. Shishi would monitor from the sky while Lu Tong would observe from afar. However, she could understand Shishi's feelings. Since they had already come in, he couldn't say anything. The three half-immortals attacked together. Their target was something hidden in the depths of Melonstar's Earth core. Just this power alone was enough to destroy the entire planet. However, after each of them made a move, Melonstar only shook a little. Sand and dust filled the sky, but the structure of the entire planet was not damaged in the slightest. At the same time, they could also feel that the power of the three of them attacking the Earth core was perfectly dissolved by some mysterious Tao realm. It didn't have any effect at all. Something was wrong. Qing Xian reacted quickly. Don't attack together. Come one by one. Senior sister, you go first. Yang Chen's flying sword turned into countless light spots and drilled into the depths of the Earth core. However, after a try, the flying sword group couldn't even penetrate the third layer of the planet. This was not only because of the hindrance of the sand, there was also a mysterious thing contained within. Knowing that it wouldn't be easy for the flying sword to split up, Yang Chen waved her hand and the sword river gathered in the air. With a powerful chop, a 10,000 li deep gully appeared in the entire Melonstar. It looked very terrifying. However, it still only reached half of the Earth's surface and couldn't penetrate the core. Moreover, the most depressing thing was that the Melonstar was already 70 to 80% sand eggs. This 10,000 li deep gully was quickly filled up by the quicksand on both sides. It was like a child playing with sand. It would never be able to leave a deep mark on the sand pile. It filled up as it chopped. It was like an incomparably huge pure desert sphere. It was filled with sand eggs inside and outside. How could you chop a few more times to reach the core? Since the pure power attack didn't work, Yang Chen began to try all kinds of Tao realms, including her most proficient reincarnation. Unfortunately, all kinds of Tao realms were useless in front of the quicksand. Moreover, to be honest, the reincarnation Tao realm was really not suitable for this kind of situation. After several attempts, Yang Chen sighed. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose. Moreover, she wouldn't force herself to show off just because of her face. I can't do anything to it. You two come and try. Next was Shi. His Tao realm of life was very suitable for the melon star. However, every time at the crucial moment, he was always lacking a level. After a while, he sadly stopped. This sand sphere has completely turned into sand. Moreover, almost every grain of sand is under the control of the other party. I have never encountered such a situation. Such a large volume is not easy to deal with. Finally, it was Qing Xian. He silently used the shortest time among the three of them. This was because there was basically no need to try those ordinary methods again. Moreover, his heavenly calamity Tao was completely useless against this huge sand sphere that was tens of thousands of li in diameter. The sword couldn't pierce through it. Similarly, the heavenly thunder couldn't chop through it either. The three of them stared at each other. Things were somewhat out of their control. Yang Chen thought for a while. Little Yi's sword is at least 10 times stronger than mine. I wonder. Qing Xian shook her head. It's not a matter of strength. Even if it's 100 times stronger than yours, you still can't chop through it. It's not just the sand eggs. It's this Tao realm. It's so strange. It seems a bit like... Shi interrupted. Groundless. Qing Xian nodded. It's very strange. Putting groundless here, is there a Tao realm or not? No one knows. The tens of thousands of li of sand provides it with the most perfect cover. It seems to be able to contain everything, change everything, and devour everything. Shi, do you think we can still get out of the melon star's atmosphere? Shishi's eyes focused. He leaped out, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move. The clouds that filled the sky seemed to be the same as the sand layer. This was a world of sand. Qing Xian sighed. Immortal quartz method, quicksand world. Shi, you shouldn't have come in. Yang Chen looked at him, waiting for his explanation. Qing Xian smiled bitterly. Immortal Court has 3 famous rivers. Heavenly River in Jade Clear Realms, Golden Immortal Realms, Heavenly River, Drowning River in High Clear Realms, Yu Heavens, True Immortal Realms, Flowing Sand River in Grand Clear Realms, Dachi Heavens, Human Immortal Realms, Grand Clear Realms, Dachi Heaven. Taking the sand from the banks of Quicksand River has such an effect. In other words, the so-called red tide is simply a trick of immortal quartz immortals from above. It may be intentional or unintentional. In the end, it formed this thing. If we weren't trapped here, how would we know that these two are the same thing? Chapter 2175. P.S. 11 times double the monthly vote. Same old rules, 500 votes plus 1 update. The chief will be counted separately. Let's see how far the sword soldier can go in October if he has a terminal lucidity before death. Calling for votes, calling for genuine subscriptions. In addition, I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. Lu Xiaoyi was still far away in outer space, thinking about his own Tao state combination. He was a little far from Melon Star, which was actually discussed by the few of them in advance. Qing Xian and Yang Chong went in, Shishi stayed in outer space to provide support, and he was used as a strategic force. To be honest, the 4 of them thought that he was not needed. What kind of insect was worth the 4 of them fighting together? Even a half-immortal insect was not worth it. The trip to Melon Star this time was not so much a mission to eliminate insects, but a trip to establish friendships. Friendships need to be maintained, just like you need to water flowers and feed pets. If you leave your friendship to the test of time, you are destined to be disappointed at some point in the future. A friendship that was purely spiritual was neither realistic nor reasonable. Every once in a while, they needed to sit together to drink, brag, and have a heart-to-heart talk. Not only the martial arts that were recently involved, but also their views on the general trend of the universe and their attitudes towards unexpected events. They needed to know each other's bottom line and express their wishes. Then, they would find a time to go out to fight monsters and level up. The few of them were all smart people. They appreciated each other and relied on each other. They knew how far they could go in the future. These friends were very important. Therefore, when the 4 monsters opened their mouths, if there was only one of them present at that time, none of them would waste their time on useless insects. They would find ways to avoid it. However, the 4 of them had to go. They needed to break in and prepare for the big scene before the change of the future era. What kind of Tao state did you have? What kind of secret technique did I have? What kind of supernatural power did you have? What kind of treasure did I create? Only by understanding each other could they maximize their cooperation. Just like Lu Xiaoyi staying here was also a kind of cooperation, so he would not overshadow the host, nor would he think that he was the boss, shouting and yelling, and playing a game of cat and mouse with a playful mood. For this purpose, Qing Xian purposely came up with a reason that happened 1 or 2 million years ago. It was far-fetched and full of imagination. It was a small concept event that happened once in a million years. However, everyone knew what he meant, so they were very cooperative. They had to cherish each other, because the higher they went, the fewer friends they had. This was not a problem that Lu Xiaoyi had to face alone, but a problem that everyone had to face. Even in their own sects, there was no one they could have a deep conversation with. As time went by, the people in their sects were like soldiers made of iron. The only people who could really accompany them were a few friends. The insect swarm was just an excuse. What was important was that everyone was having fun together. Then, while he was meditating, an abnormal aura came from the direction of Melon Star. That was Shi making a move. In other words, the demons were right. There was a half-immortal insect on Melon Star. Lu Xiaoyi did not move. This was expected. Since they were playing, they had to have fun. He thought that it was a little too early to make a move. Shouldn't they go deep into the enemy's rear, see the truth, and then launch a sudden attack and catch them all in one go? Qing Xian and Yang Cheng's second attack on Melon Star made him realize that things might be unusual. It was too fast. No one would play a game like this. This kind of behavior was to pursue the result, not the process. Unless, they already felt that this was not a game. With a flap of his wings, Lu Xiaoyi slowly approached Melon Star. There was no need to rush. Judging from the aura fluctuation of the attack, it was a very normal attack. There was no sense of panic or desperation. It was like a simulation. Senior apprentice sister attacked first, then Shi, then Qing Xian. It was orderly and orderly. This was the rhythm in control, not the rhythm of being beaten to a pulp. He had rich combat experience. He had countless experience fighting solo and group fights. He was very clear that the worst situation for a team was to be defeated. This was the reason why they kept a distance of 3 layers. The insect swarm was for practice. The tactical principle between each other was the key. But now it seemed that the distance of 3 layers had become 2 layers. Shi and Qing Xian had already met up, and he was the only one left outside. Then he had to be more careful with the way he attacked, instead of rushing in blindly. Everyone should share weal and woe together. That was the idea of mortals, not cultivators. It wasn't even close to the point of imminent danger. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was relaxed, but he was laughing in his heart. You guys went too far. I don't want to be the savior. You guys forced me. What else can I say in the future? Before he went back far, the 4 monsters in front of him rushed over in a hurry. He was very pleased to see them. Little Meow also had friends in the mountain. Very good, this was the life they should have. They supported each other, undermined each other, and at the critical moment, they would not leave each other. This was his attitude towards his demonic beast friends. He did not keep them as his war pets. He usually put them in the spirit beast bag and let them out when he fought with his life. Are you sure you treat them as friends? Not as slaves? Disaster, disaster. As usual, the wild boar was making a fuss about nothing, making a racket. The 4 monsters rushed over like a whirlwind until they saw the cold eyes under the elegant wings. They stopped obediently, shut up, and stood still. They stole glances at the king of the demonic beasts. Lu Xiaoyi nodded at Big Rooster, indicating that he would let Big Rooster do the talking. He didn't choose Mountain Boar and Kitty, who he was familiar with, because he wanted to take care of the atmosphere of this monster squad. If he leaned too much towards these two fellows, it would leave a thorn in Big Rooster's and Bubblefish's hearts. Of course, a team should have a stronger leader, not someone with a stronger background. Senior Sister had taken care of them too much, so he had to play a strict and fair role, just like Qing Xian. The Big Rooster raised its head and chest, reporting to the Phoenix Master. The four of us followed Senior Brother Shi to the Melon Star to investigate. At the beginning, everything was normal. When we were one day away from the Melon Star, 3 sun godbugs came to stop us. They were killed by Senior Brother Shi. However, at this moment, there was an unknown force pulling at the Melon Star. Senior Brother had no choice but to cut off the pulling force, but he also exposed himself. Senior Brother then ordered us to leave according to the plan. Not long after we left, there was a movement from the Melon Star. It was like thunder, the whole star was shaking violently. Senior Brother ordered us to come back to you, but he went into the Melon Star and did not come out. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. The Big Rooster was eloquent and had some ability to express itself. He then looked at Bubblefish. Why do you think it's not right? Bubblefish was valued, and felt a heavy responsibility on its shoulders. When we left, the area outside the Melon Star was already cleared. There was not a single bug left. In our opinion, the clearing of the sky outside must be a trick from the inside of the star. This is the first reason. Secondly, Senior Brother Shi said that he would send us a message after he went in, but we have not received it until now, so we guessed that there was a chain. Chapter 2176. P.S. 11 times double the monthly vote. Same old rules, 500 votes plus 1 update. The alliance leader will count separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers can be in October. Calling for votes, calling for official subscriptions. Also, I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. Lu Xiaoyi expressed his approval. Very good. Your reaction is very correct. Your judgment is also very reasonable. How about this? Before we came here, we passed by a limestone barren star. It's half a month away from here. You can go there and wait. If there's a need, I'll send you a message. The 4 monsters did not dare to say much. In their eyes, the 3 human half-immortals were very kind and did not put on airs. However, the King of Beasts was different. She was majestic and cold, and not easy to get along with. Of course, the Phoenix had always been like this, so it was not strange. Before leaving, Little Meow looked back a few times and gathered its courage. Phoenix Master, Lu Xiaoyi replied, they're fine, don't worry about them. The 4 monsters were reluctant to leave. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this was the Phoenix Master's protection for them. In a battle between half-immortals, they would be courting death if they rashly got involved. Lu Xiaoyi circled around Melon Star and observed carefully from a safe distance. In fact, the current situation did not need to be too secretive. Melon Star was no longer an ordinary beast star in his eyes. The aura of the celestial formation was very strong, and there was no intention to hide it. It was unscrupulous and fearless. It was a quicksand formation. His judgment was the same as Qing Xian's. In the world of cultivation, quicksand formations were very common. There were similar formations from Foundation establishment until Jindan Yuanying Lord and Half-Immortal. Other than the difference in the understanding of the formation, the most important thing was the medium used to set up the formation. It was the key to determine the quality of a quicksand formation. It was a competition of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and whether one was willing to spend a lot of time refining quicksand. Unless it was those professional formation orthodoxies, it was very difficult to spend a lot of time refining quicksand. However, the quicksand formation on Melon Star was obviously not from the main world. There was a strong smell of the celestial court. Although he did not know the technique of the formation operator, the material was real and could not be faked. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a celestial formation. Another immortal formation. Among the many branches of cultivation, he knew a thing or two about array formations. Moreover, his current knowledge was extraordinary, so he was not afraid. A true immortal array could only be created by an immortal. What was important was the person, not the inanimate object. However, he did not need to take the risk to break the formation yet. The situation was not that critical yet. There were many ways to break the formation. From the looks of it, the best method was to combine forces from the inside and the outside. Therefore, he needed to observe and wait for the signal from the formation. It was not telepathy, as the quicksand celestial formation completely blocked the communication. However, with Qing Xian's wisdom, they would not be stumped by this little obstacle. They could attack the celestial formation from the inside and let the celestial formation tell the people outside. This was their tacit understanding. Sure enough, a few moments later, Melon Star began to attack again. It wasn't the kind of life-and-death struggle, but rather a probing attack that was controlled at 70% or 80%. But for Lu Xiaoyi, this was a conversation. It was to use the attack to tell him the changes in the celestial formation and the thoughts of the three people inside. He carefully sensed that the rhythm of the attack was constantly changing, but there was a limit to it. They didn't perform all the changes. It was a kind of real attack that required him to coordinate with them from the outside. Of course, there was an even clearer expression: don't attack first, wait for them to think of a way inside first. This was a dead duck being stubborn. We don't need help, we can do it ourselves. There was also a deeper meaning behind this. They didn't want this fast to end too quickly. Instead, they hoped that such a confrontation would allow them to understand more things, which should be related to the red tide. This was the only reason why the three of them would rather be trapped in the quicksand formation than see the light of day. Among the three people's attacks, Yang Chang's attack took the longest. Obviously, she wanted to use this method to tell him the specific situation of the flying sword being restricted in the quicksand formation. This was the sword language. He received a lot of information, including the quicksand formation itself, and some other things. For example, why did the half-immortal insect queen, as the master of the quicksand formation, not use the quicksand formation's attack mode? And only the confinement mode? This was very unreasonable. Time was very important to a cultivator, especially in a formation. If the formation master did not take the initiative to attack, the longer the enemy stayed, the more they understood the quicksand formation, and the more difficult it would be to deal with. Attacking at the first moment, before the enemy fully understood the quicksand formation, was the rhythm of the battle. Because the insect queen wanted to reconcile? How was that possible? In the current situation, both sides had no room for compromise. They were enemies of life and death. There was no point of common interest. If there was you, then there was me. If there was me, then there was you. So the insect queen did not move, and only used the quicksand formation's automatic operation to trap the people who entered the formation. How long could this method last? Lu Xiaoyi felt that he could not delay any longer. He had to give them a clear answer. Leaving the formation as soon as possible was the best plan, and not with the purpose of studying it thoroughly. This was the intuition of a fighter, and he was not willing to put himself in unnecessary danger. He also had nothing to hide. The insect queen was a half-immortal. With the quicksand formation as the foundation, the surrounding space was within her perception, and hiding was useless. He had to release the sword and send a message, urging the people inside to make a decision as soon as possible. The flying sword was just released, but it stopped in front of him. Lu Xiaoyi felt something in his heart, and looked into the distance. There was an aura rapidly approaching. He was a decisive person. Since there was an unknown approaching, he no longer cared about what the three people on Melon Star thought. The flying sword turned into 3 sword lights, and with a special rhythm, it slashed on the thick sand clouds of Melon Star. However, he moved in the opposite direction, and pounced on the unfamiliar aura. His body leaped up, and the flying sword took the lead. A white rainbow shot out, and its momentum was fierce. It was a sword. There was a name here, and it was called the Sword of Questioning. If you were passing by, leave immediately. If you came with a purpose, then you are the opponent. Under the white rainbow, the other party did not give in at all. The Tao realm was activated, and the primordial chaos became one. There was a bright pearl hanging high in the sky, and a fierce cry coming from the beast's body. Not giving in, the white rainbow suddenly turned into a long river in the void, and rolled down, without a trace of mercy. A special place, a special time, a special occasion, and a tough attitude. Who was he trying to fool by saying that all of this was a coincidence? Both parties did not see each other. Separated by the vast void, the Tao realm fiercely collided, and the flying swords crisscrossed. It was as if a celestial phenomenon was erupting, and meteorites were falling. After a few breaths, a divine sense transmitted over, "Fellow Daoist, please wait. I have something to say." The flying sword did not give him a chance to explain. As long as Lu Xiaoyi started, he would not accept giving up halfway. What was there to say? You said you were passing by, who would believe you? You said I admitted defeat, but how could I prove it? This was just one person. If there was a continuous stream, every person he let go now would become a pressure for him in the future. If he was alone, all of this would be fine. However, there were 3 friends behind him who were trapped in the quicksand formation. He could not allow any mistakes. Chapter 2177. P.S. 11 double monthly votes. It's still the same old rules. 500 votes plus 1 update. The guild master will be counted separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers will be in October if they have a final burst of strength. Calling for votes, calling for official subscriptions. I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation in the sword light. The opponent obviously didn't expect this swordsman to be so strong. He didn't choose to retreat at the beginning, but now there was no way to retreat. This was Lu Xiaoyi's standard range of vision-crushing destruction. The changes in the Tao realm became faster and faster, and the sword power became heavier and heavier. If he could keep up, he could only continue to resist passively. If he couldn't, he would die. Without the slightest chance to breathe, Ma Li unleashed his full power upon contact, circling on the edge of life and death crazily. The unparalleled heavy sword, coupled with the complicated changes in the Tao realm, the heavy sword would immediately find a gap in the opponent's understanding of the Tao realm. In the battle, the advantage of mastering nearly 20 Tao realm was fully displayed. In a few breaths of time, a normal cultivator would never see such a crazy rhythm. When the heavy sword rushed forward, everything was too late. He wasn't afraid of killing the wrong person. Those who really knew him would know it was him as long as they saw the sword light. The Tao realm phenomenon had just appeared here, and 2 more auras appeared in the sky. This proved his worst prediction: the insect queen had accomplices. This was also the question left by the insect queen's inaction. He could understand that creatures like insects couldn't grasp the intricate arrangement of a human's formation, but someone had to be controlling it. Who could it be? There was no time to investigate, so he could only kill first. When he had time, he would talk about the origin. Tian Xinglu is here. Anyone who is within 1 day of Melonstar is my enemy. Life and death shall be decided. The sword split into 2 paths, and there was no difference. It went forward without turning back. It didn't have to worry about the 2 demi-immortals in front of it. He was a careless person with caution. He was also afraid of knowing someone. A demi-immortal who didn't know the inside story was sent to control the quicksand formation. This could be seen from the insect queen's motionless body. Why didn't it move? Not only was it unfamiliar, it was also afraid of leaving Zerg's aura. The relationship between humans and Zerg was extremely bad. If the person who came was really unaware, he might not be willing to do his best when he realized that Zerg was involved, even if the power behind the scenes was very strong. Fortunately, he had made a quick decision. Otherwise, he would have to deal with 3 of them instead of 2 at the same time. The 2 sword chi rivers attacked separately, but the 2 opponents' responses were completely different. One of them brazenly attacked without dodging, while the other retreated without looking back. After retreating to a certain distance, the flying sword naturally disappeared. This proved Lu Xiaoyi's other thought. The people who came might not be of one mind. Some were dead set, and some knew when to advance and retreat. This was a fourth blight great cultivator, and he was also a body cultivator. His divine arts were unfathomable, and his corporeal body was strong. Lu Xiaoyi could attack him from afar, and he could also attack Lu Xiaoyi from afar. The two of them were not on guard and attacked with all their might. What they were competing on was willpower, confidence, and tenacity. The two battles were going on at the same time. The flying sword surrounded the body cultivator, and the fist force surrounded the swordsman. Without a bit of a martyr's heart, no one would squander their own lives so irresponsibly. After a few breaths, Lu Xiaoyi licked the blood on his lips, put away his sword, and stood upright. On the other side, a Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon rose. He saw very clearly that there was no deity seed in it, just like the previous half-deity. A divine sense came, "Senior Brother Lu? I'm Zhuang Han from the interior realm. Although we've never met, I've heard a lot about you in the interior realm. I don't dare to provoke you, but I want to know why." Lu Xiaoyi had no impression of this person, but he hadn't returned to the interior realm for hundreds of years, so it was normal for him to be unfamiliar with these new half-deities. He asked, "You came to Melonstar to control the quicksand formation?" Zhuang Han didn't hide. "Yes, there's news from the interior realm that the divine sand of the deity world's flowing river has appeared in the northern heaven, and there's evil inside. Get rid of the evil and get the sand. Those who see it will get a share, and those who are skilled will get it. I happen to have some experience in formations, so I rushed over to join in the fun." Lu Xiaoyi went straight to the point. "That's nonsense. The quicksand formation was set up by Zerg. It's also trapped by my interior realm heroes. The purpose of your message is to make you kill each other, so I'm here to protect you. It's not good to stay here for too long. It's hard to avoid mistakes in a chaotic battle, so please forgive me." Zhuang Han immediately understood what Lu Taishan meant. Lu Taishan was trying to persuade him to leave in a tactful manner. This was very common in a battle between cultivators. What he meant was that if he could not show his stance, he had to leave. Otherwise, he would attack him indiscriminately. You can't stay here and wait for the results of the battle before coming back to pick up the peaches. He had to make a choice immediately. It was obviously impossible to continue collecting the divine sand. Should he retreat now? Or should he just stand on Lu Xing's side? This was not a simple choice. It could mean the future of the Great Way. There were too many such choices in a cultivator's life. I'd better stay. I'm from the Little Eagle world of Southern Heaven, and I'm willing to fight side by side with you. He reported his background and clearly stood on his side. This was a cultivator who was good at making decisions. Lu Xiaoyi didn't find it strange. At the level of half-immortal, there were very few indecisive people. The quicksand formation of Melonstar was set up by the half-immortal insect mother, but it doesn't understand formations, so it needs human cultivators to control it. There are also 3 interior realm cultivators in the formation. Qing Xian Shi Shi and Yang Cheng are the traitors in your message. Zhuang Han was shocked. I've seen senior sister Yang Cheng before. I've even met senior brother Shi Shi a few times, so we can be considered old acquaintances. It seems that the message I received was deliberately spread by someone with evil intentions. That person's intentions are punishable. The quicksand formation was known for being airtight. The person in charge of the formation could control it from the outside or from the inside. If it was controlled from the outside, due to the characteristics of the quicksand formation, the person in charge of the formation could only perceive the Tao state of the cultivator's body, but couldn't really see who was in the formation. This was probably the reason why people like Zhuang Han and the others were deceived. Lu Xiaoyi reminded, "I'm afraid there will be more people coming. If they come here from the interior and exterior realm, it won't take much time. You and I are still under a lot of pressure. I'll block them from the outside, and you'll fill in the gaps. I think even if the 3 of them can't rush out of the celestial formation for a while, there will be many people like you who are deeply righteous. If we persist for a while, our team will become stronger, and this conspiracy will collapse." Zhuang Han nodded and reminded him, "There won't be many people from the interior realm, probably only a few. Those who specialize in formations are very limited, which is also a characteristic of ancient methods. The main ones are half-immortals of the exterior realm. Senior brother, you still have to be careful. Even the 4 decay grand cultivators are here, so the 5 decay grand cultivators won't be far away. Lu Xiaoyi smiled, it doesn't matter. My flying sword can't be divided into 4 decay and 5 decay. Zhuang Han was secretly shocked. He had long heard that the Heaven's Eye Lu Xing was the leader of the emerging forces of half-immortals. After all, it was just a rumor, so he couldn't completely believe it. But today, he saw that the Heaven's Eye Lu Xing treated the peak of the 4 or 5 decay grand cultivators like dogs. He killed the mighty 4 or 5 decay grand cultivators in just a few breaths. He hadn't completely retreated here, but the battle over there had already ended. This strength was really shocking. Zhuang Han's source of information was more complicated. It was passed from person to person, so he chose to believe in his fellow cultivators of the interior realm. It seemed that this was the right choice. Chapter 2178. P.S. 11 times double the monthly vote. It's still the same old rules, 500 votes plus 1 update. The guild master will be counted separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers will be in October if they have a final burst of strength. Calling for votes, calling for official subscriptions. I wish you a happy holiday and everything goes well. Senior Lu, Zerg set up a quicksand formation here using the divine sand from the quicksand river in the Great Red Sky. There's a lot of information in there. The key is, what are they after? Zhuang Han was very curious. Lu Xiaoyi didn't try to be mysterious. We also came here after receiving a warning from a monster. It hasn't been long, so we don't have a clue yet. But we speculate that it should be related to the Red Tide millions of years ago when Zerg was born. I'll tell you the truth. This matter is very strange and can change at any time. I can't guarantee anything. You have to be mentally prepared. Zhuang Han was very excited. As a cultivator, we're not afraid of trouble, but we're afraid of ordinary things. I spend my days leisurely in the interior heaven. I'm worried about whether I'm part of this revolution of the universe. Senior Lu, the more you say this, the more I'm going to get involved in this mess. This was the truth. What right do you have to rise to the top when the era changes? Just because you don't care about worldly affairs and cultivate in seclusion? What is a tide? You have to jump in first and then see if you can cut through the wind and waves. As the two of them conversed, another 5 auras approached. Lu Xiaoyi let out a long laugh. I'm going to go. Whether you can live or not depends on your own ability. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi transform into a rainbow and flash away, Zhuang Han also felt a sense of pride. He knew his own situation. It was impossible for him to imitate Inspector Lu, but he also had his own methods. The position he chose was dangerous, but what wasn't? If he really chose to go against Lu Xiaoyi, it would be a thing of the past. From afar, the energy was exploding and the Dao realm was shaking. The breaths were complicated and as bright as day. It was hard to judge the strength of the situation, but this wasn't something he should care about. Only one breath left the battlefield and flew towards Melon Star. He knew that it was left to him by Lu Xiaoyi. Sooner or later, his feet would be wet. Inside the Melon Star, the 3 of them were still taking their time. They were really not in a hurry because until now, the half-immortal insect queen was just a dead insect. It didn't have the slightest awareness to attack. It was only relying on the quicksand formation to operate on its own. Its influence on the 3 of them was very limited. They were still sending information to Lu Peng outside. At the same time, they were constantly attacking to find the possible weakness of the quicksand immortal formation. It wasn't until Lu Xiaoyi's 3 sword lights struck the quicksand that they understood Lu Tong's intentions. Shi was dissatisfied. What's the rush? We have to study it thoroughly. The insect queen isn't in a hurry. Grumbling aside, they had no choice but to take Lu Xiaoyi's sudden message seriously. In a team battle, the worst thing to do was to be stubborn to the end, believing that what they saw was the truth and that no one else knew, especially when they were isolated from each other. Therefore, they had to put themselves in their shoes and think about what their companions might have encountered. On this point, the 3 of them were good teammates, especially Qing Xian. He knew Lu Xiaoyi very well and was very clear about this guy's personality. If there was no need, he could wait for them until the end of time and study his Tao state outside. He wouldn't care about when they got out or how they got out. Little Yi, what are you worried about? Smokey asked. She didn't understand. If anyone should be worried, it should be us, right? This insect queen has been quiet all this while, pretending to be dead. It must be after something. But what is it after? Suddenly activating the quicksand formation? If it could do that, why didn't it activate the formation as soon as we came in? We would be in a much more difficult situation. Smokey frowned. It's a little strange. If the insect queen is good at the quicksand formation, it should have attacked us immediately. Only then would it be able to catch us off guard. But if it isn't good at it, why must it trap us here? It will be broken sooner or later. It's unnecessary. She pondered. Zerg is not good at formations. This is common knowledge. But that refers to ordinary Zerg, including sun god insect. No one has ever seen a half-immortal insect. How can we say that the half-immortal insect queen is not good at formations? Isn't it a little too subjective and wishful thinking for us to think this way? Qing Xian narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. It's called a diversion. If one place is not moving, it can only mean that there are arrangements elsewhere. Now it's quiet inside Melon Star. Does that mean that there are changes outside? I can't guess what the reason is. There's no need to guess. But from beginning to end, our thinking has been fixed by the red tide. What if it's not? Or maybe the red tide is just one of the goals. Since there are immortal formations, there must be immortals who set them up. Immortals' plans are never limited to one goal. Let's not guess anymore. Send a message to Lu Guang and let him cooperate with us to break the formation. Smokey didn't hesitate. Sword light sprinkled out, striking a series of seemingly chaotic rhythms on the Melon Star Cloud's sand layer. In fact, it was to tell Lu Xiaoyi that they agreed with his suggestion. No longer hesitating, prepare to break the formation. However, when the sword message was sent out, there was no response from the outside. This time, Qing Xian completely understood. We'll break the formation ourselves. Lu Guang is in trouble outside. The three of them immediately took action. They were aware of the trace of uneasiness faintly revealed in the quiet quicksand formation. Something that could make Lu Guang unable to release a sword aura to express his attitude was not a small matter. They felt that they had an obligation to save this guy who had been acting as their savior since they met. This would give them the capital to brag for a long time. The three of them didn't idle during this period of time. They had some ideas on how to break the formation, which needed to be verified one by one. This was an immortal formation, the sand was divine sand. Even if there was no one presiding over it, its self-operation could completely control the freedom of movement of the cultivators inside the formation. That was why he needed help from the outside, just like how Lu Xiaoyi outside needed their help to break the formation. Different from the immortal formations they had experienced before, the fake immortal formations, and the fake immortal formations, Melon Star's quicksand formation was a real immortal formation, whether it was the method of setting it up or the materials used to set it up. The three of them attacked at the same time, flaunting their physical attack mode. Because after long experiments, they discovered that the greatest characteristic of the Great Red Sky's Quicksand River's divine sand was that it had no Tao state. This forced them to use something more fundamental, for example, pure elemental power piling up. In the previous experiments, one of the biggest reasons why they couldn't break the quicksand formation was that the damage they caused to the quicksand formation couldn't last long. The moment it was caused, the next moment it would be backfilled by the quicksand. Just like digging a hole in the desert, the speed of digging the hole would never be able to catch up with the speed of the wind and sand filling the hole. This was rather awkward. Their method was very simple and also very practical. That was to make the wound into a huge triangle, just like a triangular thorn, with the most terrifying bleeding function. Each person was responsible for one side of the triangle, and then continuously attack, striving to dig through it before the sand filled the hole. In theory, this was feasible. Even though the triangular sand wound still couldn't completely stop the quicksand from backfilling, but it could greatly slow down the backfilling speed, because there was no sand to fill the inside of the triangle. To deal with a simple formation like the quicksand immortal formation, they had to use a simple method. Chapter 2179. The triangular attack of the three of them started to show results. They continuously cast spells to target the formation. Yang Chang's flying sword, Qing Xian's knife row, and Shishi's spear forest were all attacks of the metal element. They could penetrate the sand formation. In this kind of quicksand environment, the water and fire elements were useless. The wood and earth elements were too slow. A huge triangular wound appeared in the quicksand formation. Because it was big enough, although the speed of the quicksand filling was controlled, the pressure was still heavy. It was impossible to break the sand wall with one attack. They needed to continuously attack and dig deeper into the inner edge of the triangle. The quicksand was filling up. The three of them continuously attacked and dislocated the inner edge, forming a triangular hole that was constantly shrinking and deepening. If the hole was deep enough to penetrate the sand wall when the triangle completely converged into a point, the attack would be considered a success. Even if the hole only appeared for a moment, the three half-immortals could get out in a flash. After 10 breaths, the hole in the sand wall was tens of thousands of miles deep. It was as if they could already feel the sky outside. There was also a faint fluctuation of aura coming from outside. At this time, the hole was only a small hole for one person to break through under the huge pressure of the quicksand. The three people's divine senses collided, and they exerted their strength together. The final strike instantly broke through that thin sand barrier, and then, no one move. Shishi said bitterly, the sand wall is divided into 2 layers. We are digging the inner layer and the outer layer. Unless Lu Chong is digging in the same position outside, we can't get out with our strength alone. Yang Chang was paying attention to another thing. The faint aura outside is the aura of Dao disappearing. Xiaoyi has already started to attack outside. If it is only one opponent, he should have noticed our movements. But he is indifferent, which means there is more than one person. We can't count on him to help us. We have to find a way out ourselves. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The direction of their attack was the direction of the outer layer of the melon star. In fact, the most direct way to break this kind of formation was to attack the main formation once and for all. But the problem was that the insect queen was tens of thousands of miles deep in the Earth's core. It was much more difficult to attack the inner layer than the outer layer. The quicksand filling up the inner layer was almost all the way without any blind spots. Even for them, it was an impossible task. Qing Xian maintained her composure. She had not succeeded. This was within her expectations. How could a real celestial formation be so easily destroyed? He just had to continue trying. A truly outstanding cultivator wouldn't give up just because of a single failure. It just proved that this method didn't fit the situation. If he kept failing, he would eventually succeed as long as he didn't give up. Continue. Shishi will control the array, and the two of us will provide elemental energy support. The embedded square circle formation was a defensive formation that used the cultivator himself as the starting point. It was suitable for being trapped in other people's formations. Its resistance to pressure was extremely strong. It used the energy redundancy produced by the square circle formation as its resistance. With a little modification, it could also be used to drill holes. It was like using a round drill and a square drill to wedge into the enemy's formation. The marvelous part was that the sharp corners of the square drill and the round drill's smoothness could be changed into an indestructible one. Shishi's understanding of formations was the best among the three of them, so he was the most suitable to be in charge. This formation requires people to follow the formation. The square circle formation is a prison, and every step is a cage. Everyone, follow closely. Don't get lost here. There's no way to find you. The three of them drilled in, and the elemental energy in their bodies continuously flowed in, breaking through layer after layer of sand walls. After a while, Shishi felt something was wrong. Did you guys feel anything? Qing Xian sighed. Yes, we are not drilling the formation's diameter, but the formation's circumference. We won't be able to get out even if we drill for a lifetime. Can't you change the direction? She smiled bitterly. I've already changed the direction countless times. But no matter where I'm facing, it's always the circumference. This is the self-adaptation of the quicksand immortal formation. When there's an act of drilling, it will automatically adjust the formation to the circumference. So, this isn't a matter of us changing the direction. The three of them could only stop again. They were very distressed. In the cultivation world, there were countless formations. Water, fire, wood, metal, wind, thunder, ice, fantasy, 8 trigrams, mountains, rivers, stars, illusions, 8 trigrams, mountains, rivers, and stars. It was an uncountable number of cultivation defy directions. It varied from person to person. But when it came to difficult to deal with, it was often the simplest formation that was more effective. As for other formations, as long as you found the corresponding Tao state and targeted it, no matter how many changes it had, it wouldn't be able to withstand the breaking of the foundation. But the foundation of the quicksand immortal formation was the divine sand of the quicksand river in the immortal world. From this point, there was no solution. Next, they tried many other methods, but the result was the same. None of them succeeded. The originally calm situation became strange because they couldn't get out. She was still in the mood. What kind of people do you think Lu Tong is dealing with outside? Such a coincidence, it must be the insect queen who summoned them. But does the insect queen have such power among the human half-immortals? So, or is it the power behind it, some old master from the immortal court who did this? Qing Xian was still calm. It's hard to say. In theory, if these people were summoned, they definitely weren't here to help us out, otherwise Lu Tong wouldn't have killed them. If they weren't here to help us out, they would be interfering with the control of the formation. They want to use the quicksand formation to harm us. But to us, we hope that these people can get close to Gua Xing and interfere with the control of the quicksand formation. Lu Tong is ignorant and incompetent. He only knows how to protect us and prevent others from getting close, but he doesn't know that doing so will make things difficult for us. No matter what kind of formation it was, there would always be an upper limit to the energy of the formation. It couldn't be infinitely large, even if it was an immortal formation. Since there was an upper limit, it meant that when someone controlled the formation to attack them, the defense of the formation would be weakened, and it would be relatively easy to find its weakness. This was the principle of splitting one into two. Without anyone controlling the formation, the quicksand formation would operate automatically to trap them. If the three of them couldn't resist it, they wouldn't be able to get out. So at this time, they actually hoped that someone could control the formation to attack them. Although it would be more dangerous, it would also give them more chances to get out of the formation. Unfortunately, the guy outside had limited understanding of the unorthodox cultivation. He only wanted to use one sword to break 10,000 spells and 10,000 formations. He might not have considered the feelings of the people inside. She laughed. We just have to be prepared. There must be more than 1 or 2 people outside. If there are more people, Lu Tong might not be able to stop them all. That's our chance. But Yang Cheng had a different opinion. Not necessarily. If there are more people, I'm afraid some of them will be instigated by Little Yi. Why don't you think about it? How many human cultivators in this world are willing to work for Zerg? Especially in the half-immortal realm? So, the more people come, the more stable the situation outside will be. I'm just thinking, if we are dragged out by Little Yi in the end, where will we put our faces? Chapter 2180. Yang Lei guessed correctly. Lu Xiaoyi's team was still expanding. The number of battles he had fought outside could no longer be described. In any case, there was an endless stream of people, and he didn't have a moment of idleness. Of course, he didn't have time to look at the situation of his 3 unlucky friends in the quicksand formation. In this kind of chaos, he began to show his role as a flag. Even if it wasn't obvious and he couldn't get hundreds of people to respond to his call, when he stood here, the half-immortals who came to cause trouble had to think twice. Lu Xing's character, Lu Xing's achievements, Lu Xing's past. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and just run them over. But the reputation he had accumulated in the inner and outer realm for so many years was quietly fermenting. In this specific situation, it was impossible for him to block all the people no matter how strong he was, but he actually did it. The void was vast and extended in all directions. There was no such thing as one man guarding the pass. If he couldn't beat them, he could just go around them. But he began to have fans. The number of people who came had already reached 20 to 30 half-immortals. Among these people, there were those who didn't want to get involved and turned away when they saw that the situation wasn't good. There were also those who changed their minds and stood on Lu Xiaoyi's side. Of course, there were also those who didn't repent and wanted to force their way in. Those who were strong all fell under his sword. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate at all. This wasn't because he was easy to kill, but because if he couldn't kill them at the beginning, the situation would be uncontrollable later. There were many ways to shock the cultivation world. The most direct and effective way was still the most ancient and simplest way. Up until now, there were already 6 cultivators who were willing to stand on his side, including Zhuang Han. Among them, there were 2 old acquaintances, Qi Fan of the inner realm and Lu Yuzi of the outer realm. But he couldn't go back to Melonstar for the time being because there were still more than 10 half-immortals opposite them. They were the kind of people who didn't want to go against Lu Xing, but also didn't want to give up their own opportunities. The most annoying group was this group. They didn't force their way in, nor did they stand on their side. Instead, they chose to watch from the side. The key point was, you couldn't be sure who among them had other thoughts while watching. At this time, an old guy like Lu Yuzi showed his value. Haha, everyone likes opportunities. I also like them. I came here. But as humans, they still had to have a bottom line, the so-called equality of all living beings, education without discrimination. These great principles were all said under the system to deceive people. How could there be equality? From the moment you stepped into the Tao, many things were destined. Otherwise, humans would not be the only ones with spirit beast pouches. Demonic beasts should also have spirit man pouches, right? I don't have much bottom line, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. However, there is one thing that I have never compromised in my 10,000 years of cultivation, and that is Zerg. Then, what's your bottom line? Lu Yuzi spoke eloquently. He now had the qualifications to do so. Success after 5 failures, he was proud of himself. This was all thanks to Inspector Lu. It wasn't that he was standing on this side out of gratitude. Instead, it was because he was old and experienced. He already realized that he should find a direction before the era change. To be honest, he couldn't tell the direction either, but he could hang out with others. There would always be people who could see things clearly and follow their fate. He felt that among them, Inspector Lu had a lot of potential. A benefactor might not necessarily have saved your life. This was something that could be easily repaid. For a cultivator, it was more important to point out a broad path for you. When the wheels of history rolled over, only an idiot would try to change it. Follow the tracks left by the wheels, and if you couldn't keep up, tie yourself to the wheels and drag yourself along. This was the wisdom of the old cultivators. Of course, the orthodox cultivators didn't know this, but rogue cultivators like them, who had survived untold hardships, were very familiar with this. It wasn't easy to rely on strength. It required a lot of strength. However, it was possible to tie a rope with strength, right? A half-immortal on the other side shouted, "Senior, how can you be sure that Inspector Lu is telling the truth? He didn't lie to us for his own selfish reasons, but he and his friends secretly attacked Shenshaw?" Lu Yuzi sneered. As an outer realm expert, he fought against immortal Yu Che alone. If you have this kind of heroic spirit, I believe you. Another half-immortal asked, "We also don't want to be on the same side as Zerg, but we didn't see a single insect near Melonstar. Senior, how can you prove that he's telling the truth?" Lu Yuzi shook his finger. "My attitude towards Zerg doesn't need real evidence. As long as there's suspicion, it's worth it for me to do it. This is my bottom line." A half-immortal asked, "How can we make you believe that we only came for Shenshaw? It wasn't easy for us to come down to the lower realm. You have to let us know what's going on." You can't just rely on your words to make all of us go up in smoke, right? Lu Yuzi looked at Lu Xiaoyi. This wasn't something he could decide. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the situation in front of him. He knew that this was already the best he could do. Killing people was very easy. With 6 half-immortals holding them back for him, it was only a matter of time before he dealt with these people. However, he couldn't do anything except for the title of murderous devil. This wasn't what he wanted. The previous painstaking steps were not to satisfy his desire to kill. Moreover, there were still many things he didn't understand about the melon star quicksand formation. Purpose. All actions had a purpose. Giving something as precious as Shenshaw to an insect queen and planning in such a remote environment for nearly 1,000 years, it still couldn't be said to be completely hidden. What was the purpose of this? Intuitively, he felt that he should follow this path and not completely stop it. He should try his best to let the situation develop within a controllable range. Only then could he finally discover the purpose of all this. There might be danger, but what was there to do without danger? He looked at Qi Fan, Lu Yuzi, and the others. The matter of Melon Star is complicated and confusing. The truth is hidden in the fog. I can't distinguish it. Only by following this development can I find the melon by following the vine. However, I'm not sure what kind of danger I will encounter. I have friends in Melon Star, so I can't leave. However, you are different. It's not too late to withdraw now. If this continues, no one can guarantee anything. You also saw that the immortal formation has appeared. The other party's background is not small. They are very generous. The 6 people were indifferent. If they wanted to leave, they would have left long ago. However, there were some things that if they left, they might never see or touch. Cultivation was not about hiding. This didn't have much to do with Lu Xiaoyi. The key was their mentality. When they heard that there was an opportunity, they came here. When they saw Imperial Inspector Lu, they stood on his side. Now, in the end, because of a possible accident, they ran away. Either they left early or they stayed. This was the basic quality of a half-immortal cultivator. Under the waves, there was no peaceful place. If you really found it, it might mean that you were already out. Chapter 2181. Lu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and said loudly, I know that everyone is here for the divine sand of Melon Star, but there are many ways to obtain the divine sand. The most direct way is to break the quicksand formation. By doing so, you can prove whether there is a half-immortal Zerg on Melon Star or not, and you can also obtain your own opportunity. If you are willing, you can come with us. If you are not willing, please stay away. I will not invite you a second time. With the arrival of these people, he roughly understood what these people were thinking on the surface. In the news spread from the inner and outer scenic sky, there was a sand extraction technique, and it was the reward for killing the 3 Avilders inside. However, very few people would have such thoughts because of their reverence for the immortal formation. Everyone was thinking about how to satisfy the requirements of the immortal formation, and not dismantle it. This is an immortal formation, but it is also not an immortal formation. Whether it is an immortal formation or not, it is only in your mind. There was a hint of provocation in this sentence. What he meant was that if they still worshipped the existence above them like a god and didn't dare to rebel in the slightest, then there was no point in not obtaining the divine sand. What kind of future would a cultivator who feared the upper echelons have? If you are willing, everyone can come together and help. However, if anyone is playing tricks, you probably know my temper. In the thousands of years before the change of era, you may live in fear and trepidation. He called everyone to fly towards Melon Star. They had been fighting here for a while. Basically, everyone who wanted to come had come. Those who didn't want to come wouldn't come. These people all came from the inner and outer scenic sky, so they could go directly from above. Among the tens of thousands of half-immortals, only a few dozen of them were interested in the divine sand. This ratio was really not high. This also showed that before the change of era, the temperament of this generation of half-immortals was very good, and their dependence on external things was very limited. Of course, it couldn't be said that these people's temperament was bad. For those cultivators who had been immersed in the Tao of formations for a long time, it was normal for them to have a need for the divine sand. It couldn't be judged just because they came. There were nearly 20 half-immortals. With such a number, he didn't have to worry about them coming to cause trouble. However, was everything really solved like this? He was very doubtful, but he had no basis to doubt. To him, getting those 3 guys out was the most important thing. Between the truth and his friends, he chose the latter without hesitation. The truth would be revealed eventually. If a friend was gone, then it would be gone forever. If Senior Sister Smokey's great Tao of reincarnation succeeded, then no one would have a future. The group quickly arrived in front of Melon Star. This place no longer looked like a realm. The quicksand immortal array had completely turned this star into a land of death. Looking from the outside, it was very difficult to see what was inside. However, apart from Lu Xiaoyi, all of the people who had come were masters of formations. Their vision was naturally different. Everyone tried in front of the quicksand formation to verify their thoughts. Lu Yuzi explained from the side, "The enforcer might be very curious as to why we dared to come all the way here and are confident that we can control this quicksand formation." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Senior's words hit the nail on the head. "I can't say that I don't know anything about formations, but because I'm not a professional, I can't compare to those who have been immersed in it their entire lives. Did you come here because the information contained the control technique of the quicksand array? That doesn't seem possible." Lu Yuzi smiled. "Control technique? Ian, that's right and that's not right. Enforcer, this quicksand formation is an open source formation. Using a special method to look outside, there are many control nodes left outside the formation. Cultivators can enter from there and control part of the formation. There is a saying in the cultivation world, it's called the beast trap formation. The meaning is to wait for the prey to enter, and then the cultivator will control the formation to kill it from the outside. It originated from ancient times and was set up to deal with some monsters that wreaked havoc in the world. Because there were limited human cultivators at that time, this kind of formation was created. It was set up in important places where monsters often appeared. No matter which cultivator passed by, they could control the formation to destroy the evil in the formation. Of course, like many cultivation traditions, the original motive for inventing it was extremely good, but later on, it slowly changed. Lu Xiaoyi was enlightened. "A little. Senior, you said it's part of the formation? Then no one can truly control this quicksand formation?" Lu Yuzi stroked his long beard. "Exactly. It's an external control formation. Of course, it's impossible to completely control the core. Otherwise, if you take away the formation, how can others play? So, if Enforcer wants to destroy this formation, it's not enough to rely on these people to self-destruct. Immortal formations have their own hidden consciousness. If you want to destroy it, it certainly won't be willing to go out of control. So, we can only attack from the inside and the outside. For an immortal formation, this is also something that can't be done." Lu Xiaoyi had a certain level of formation ability. Even if it wasn't outstanding, if it was combined with his terrifying Tao realm ability, it might only be a gap in some details. However, he had been carefully concealing his formation ability. It wasn't because he didn't trust Lu Yuzi, but because with such a large group of people, he had to maintain enough vigilance. Among these half-immortals, there weren't many that he could truly trust. Then, if we want to pull people out of the quicksand formation, does Senior have any good suggestions? Lu Yuzi smiled. Just now, this group of people tried to control the quicksand formation. Our opinion is that we can try to open a passage to pull people out. Instead of destroying the formation first. After all, if we destroy it, it might cause some kind of uncontrollable situation. After pausing, he said softly, "I know that Enforcer's friend is inside. Everything should be done with safety as the first priority. It's too early to make an accurate judgment. After all, this is an immortal formation and everyone is coming into contact with it for the first time. But what I can guarantee is that with the few of us here, even if those people have bad intentions, they won't be able to achieve their goal. My opinion is that everyone should participate in the control. This way, no one will be able to do anything. It's a more reliable strategy. Lu Xiaoyi was surprised. Everyone participate in the control? That's equivalent to group control? Does the quicksand formation have so many external control nodes? Lu Yuzi was very confident. This isn't that great of a technique. Later, I will tell Enforcer and you will naturally understand. Not to mention that there are only 20 of us here. Even if there are 20 more, we can still access the control. The quicksand formation is very mysterious. In theory, it is open to control, as long as you don't think about how to destroy it. Lu Xiaoyi decided to believe in professionalism. This is also good. It's useless to say too much. We still have to try more. This is the first time that everyone is trying to control immortals. Let's fumble around. But senior, you still have to make it clear to them in advance. Even if everyone is controlling it together, there must be a leader. We can't all go our own way, right? I think senior is the most suitable one. With your qualifications, I don't think anyone will object. Chapter 2182. Lu Yuzi went to persuade the crowd, but Lu Xiaoyi went to Interior Realm expert Chifan's side. Chifan, what do you think of the quicksand formation? Chifan smiled calmly. It's a very strange thing. It appears inexplicably, and the way it behaves is inexplicably. Our goal is also inexplicably. Generally, inexplicable things like this often indicate inexplicable results. Senior brother, I feel that we haven't figured out the essence of the problem at all. If we rashly use the quicksand formation, unexpected situations may occur. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. Chifan was the little brother Eastern Sky he met when he was carrying out the Heartpan mission in the exterior realm. He was calm and capable, and his ideas were very upright. He was introverted and reliable, and had a very close relationship with him. Then, if later when everyone is controlling the quicksand formation through the external connection point, can you pretend to be a follower and actually watch from the sidelines? I still have some trouble here that I need you to deal with. Chifan was very straightforward. This is exactly what I want to remind you of. You must leave someone outside. I don't need the divine sand urgently, so I'm willing to stay outside. I originally thought that you would stay outside by yourself. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. We're all guessing. No one has any definite things. Your senior sister Yang Cheng and the others are still inside. If they don't personally participate, I'll be a bit worried. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to ask for help. Chifan smiled. Senior sister Yang Cheng, senior brother Qing Xian, senior brother Shi Shi. This is also a daunting combination in the interior realm. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. The immortal formation is a challenge to everyone. We don't even know its purpose. Insect Queen, quicksand formation, a group of people who have been stirred up by the news. What exactly is hidden inside? If you don't personally experience it, you'll never know the answer. Lu Yuzi quickly finished persuading those cultivators. Everyone agreed to participate in opening a passage in the quicksand formation. Not only did they not want to offend the infamous Five Rings group in the interior heaven, but they also wanted to familiarize themselves with the quicksand formation. After they rescued the people, they still had to dismantle the formation to get the sand. According to the news, if one only controlled the quicksand formation to kill the cultivators inside, the divine sand obtained would be limited after all. This was under the premise that the quicksand formation's performance would not be affected. Moreover, there were many people involved, so there were many monks and not enough gruel. However, if one were to dismantle the formation, then it would be very different. No one would give up on such an opportunity, because they had come here for the divine sand. Everyone else was participating, but they stayed outside. How would they split the spoils? This was a very realistic problem. Lu Xiaoyi cupped his hands at the crowd and said, I've troubled everyone for the sake of my friends. I'm really uneasy. After I rescue them, I'll bear the karma of dismantling the array. Everyone returned the salute. In fact, on the whole, they would not make enemies and could still gain benefits. This was the result they were most willing to see. Therefore, although it was a little troublesome, it was worth a try. There was also a common suspicion, but no one could say it out loud. That was the fear of the immortal formation. Who could guarantee that it did not have self-awareness? That there was no immortal's will inside? Therefore, the law could not punish the majority. The more people who went in, the more leeway there would be. According to Lu Yu's advice, Lu Xiaoyi looked at the quicksand formation again and found that there was indeed a subtle difference in it. There were dozens of very hidden protrusions scattered outside the formation, which were the external points of the formation. This was the secret of the formation master. He was not in the field, so of course, he had no way to know. Just from the technique alone, it was actually not very profound. It was something that could be seen through with just a little bit. Close to 20 people were distributed outside the quicksand formation. Their palms were pressed on the nodes, and their mind penetrated into it. They slowly adapted and familiarized themselves with the operation. According to the strategy they had discussed in advance, at this time, they were not in a hurry to succeed. Each of them exerted their strength, and instead, they cooperated with each other. This included Lu Xiaoyi. Once his mind penetrated into it, he immediately felt that there were three inexplicable forces moving there. Needless to say, it was Qing Xian and the other two people. Although he had not yet controlled the formation, just by feeling, this quicksand formation was worthy of being a celestial formation. He could not see the wonders of the changes for the time being, but the divine sand was indeed powerful. It was the best in isolating and blocking the Tao state. He used a little bit of the Tao state here, but it could not travel far. It was the same for any Tao state. It was like an insulator of the Tao state. This made him realize that in the future battles, in the battle with the immortals, it seemed that he could not completely rely on the Tao state. The most basic things, such as elemental force, spiritual force, and other ordinary means would never be outdated. Fortunately, when it came to the training of basic abilities, he had never stopped. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear about the importance of leaving people outside, but he himself could not stay. He had to participate in the process on the spot to feel at ease. Therefore, he arranged for Qi Fan. This was a person who cooperated with him very well in the exterior realm. He was trustworthy. He hoped that this backup plan would never be used. As the recognized leader of their group, Lu Yuzi was very cautious. His mind went back and forth, trying his best not to make any mistakes. However, in the careful preparation, he still found a problem. The problem did not lie in the quicksand formation itself, but in the group of people themselves. There were a total of 19 people, but only 17 came in. There were still 2 people who pretended to stand outside the nodes with their hands supporting, but their minds were not connected at all. He did not know what they were planning. It was expected that there would be people among the 20 or so people who had ideas. He was not worried. With the big bug, enforcer, around, the slightest change would be asking for humiliation. He did not need to care about this. His goal was how to coordinate everyone to control the formation, and then open a passage for humans to enter and exit in the quicksand formation. In the Tao of formations, he had tens of thousands of years of experience. After connecting to the external nodes, he quickly found a few ways worth trying. The convenient thing was that the cultivators who were careful were all formation Tao experts. He did not need to deliberately explain. As long as he opened his mouth slightly, the others would immediately know his intentions. This was a professional tacit understanding. The progress of controlling the formation was as he expected. It was operating in the normal track. At first, it was operating normally without any purpose. It was just to see the degree of response in the operation of the formation. This was an important indicator of an open formation. It could let the cultivators understand to what extent their control of the formation could reach. For this kind of experiment, he had a set of fixed methods. First, he operated it alone. Then, he invited the cultivators who stood on Lu Xiaoyi's side to operate it together. When he felt that the situation was stable and there were no obstacles, he began to invite everyone to join in. It was a bit of a waste of time, but in front of the immortal formation, any caution was necessary. This was because they could not deal with the loss of control of the formation. This was the first thing to do when operating the immortal formation. Chapter 2183. Qing Xian felt the changes in the quicksand formation, but the way it changed was different from what he imagined. Based on his understanding of Lu Xiaoyi, if this person wanted to break the formation, his first choice would be to break it by force. If he couldn't break it, then he would consider other methods. However, the rescue from the outside was all about technology. This is not little Yi's doing. He has always been simple and rough, but he is not so patient. He even tested back and forth. Yang Cheng was very sure. It is indeed not Lu Tong. The changes outside are very layered, from unfamiliar to familiar. I guess someone outside is trying to control the formation. He is very experienced. I feel that he should be a formation expert. I am not sure what method this person will use once he is familiar with the formation. Will he attack us? Or rescue us? But since Lu Tong is outside, he will not allow others to test the formation for such a long time. So I think it should be his helpers. Qing Xian reminded, no need to guess. Get ready to fight. I always feel that things can't go so smoothly. We are trapped in here and then rescued without any harm. This was the most basic intuition of a cultivator. But intuition was intuition. They were trapped in the quicksand formation, but they did not have much freedom to choose. For the real celestial formation, there was an essential difference in their realm. Such a difference could not be made up for by talent. They could only wait passively. This kind of involuntary wait made them worry uncontrollably. If it was Lu Xiaoyi breaking the walls outside, they could cooperate. Relatively speaking, they preferred this method. But since Lu Xiaoyi chose to trust others, they could only try not to make trouble. Lu Xiaoyi must have his own considerations. They were inside, so they could not guess what was happening outside. But there must be more than one outsider. Melon Star was like a beast cage, attracting people from all over to gather here. Yang Cheng was surprised. Someone outside can control the quicksand formation? Shishi explained, this quicksand formation should be an origin source formation. It is convenient for people outside to control part of it. This may also be the reason why Lu Tong allowed them to try. But they may not know that the insect queen is deep in the Earth's core, so the final initiative is still with the insect queen. And I don't think this half-immortal insect queen has no ability to control the formation. They must have a conflict, so Qing Xian told us to prepare for battle. Don't get caught in the crossfire. The three of them were inside the formation and could clearly sense the changes in the flowing sand formation. Shishi, as a person of the formation Dao, could see through Lu Yu's various methods with a single glance. He's here to help us escape, that's right. This person has a deep understanding of the Dao of formations. Judging from the way he operates the formation, he's trying to open a passageway. They were now in the early stages of preparation. Well, the only difference was that there were a lot of people cooperating with him. It wasn't one, but 5. Lu Tong really had a lot of people outside. I wonder how many people this guy has killed in order to establish his might. No, it's not 5, it's more than 10. Let me count carefully, it's 18. That's right, 18 of them. There are 18 half-immortals waiting outside to save us. How did that guy Lu Tong do it? Qing Xian snorted. Do you even need to think about it? There must be some people we are familiar with among the people who have come, otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to listen to him. As long as they all rushed forward, it would be impossible for a single person to stop them. What I'm thinking is it appropriate to make such a big scene? Yang Cheng raised his head and looked up. Whether it's appropriate or not, I'm afraid it's not up to him. This insect queen has a lot of connections. It can actually get so many people to help it in such a short time. Qing Xian said coldly, it might not be her. How many connections can an insect queen have among the half-immortals? It doesn't even dare to reveal its identity. I think it's not her, but the one behind her, the immortal from the upper realm who gave her the immortal formation. The few of them were speculating and waiting. They only felt that the flowing sand formation was spinning faster and faster, and the power it contained was getting fiercer and fiercer. Although it didn't directly attack them, the pressure they felt inside the formation was incomparable to the people outside. It was as if they were inside a huge and violently changing astronomical phenomenon. In this kind of change, a passageway was slowly forming. It was very difficult, but the process was unwavering. It was difficult because the flowing sand formation itself rejected this kind of betrayal. It was unwavering because the 18 half-immortals outside were getting stronger and stronger. Although they were unwilling, they were limited by the rules. The passageway was still forming. It was a silent struggle. The three of them were prepared to rush out at any time, but at the same time, they were also prepared for the possible backlash of the flowing sand formation if they failed at the last step. They also didn't know if the flowing sand formation would return to its previous gentle state if they really failed. Yang Cheng was complaining there, "I hate formations the most. What kind of formations are they? It's obviously a problem that can be solved face to face, but they have to do these mysterious and profound things. Take off your pants to release air. Now even insects are starting to play mind games and play tricks." While she was complaining, the passageway was almost completed. But at this time, the instinctive consciousness of the flowing sand formation and the wills of the 18 half-immortals outside had already formed a clear confrontation. This was not a good sign. But the three of them still came to the inner end of the passageway, waiting for the moment when the passageway was penetrated. In the thick quicksand, there was an inexplicable rule power showing its effect. When the passageway was formed, it did not allow the quicksand to backfill. It was as if there was a pillar of energy, resisting the pressure from all directions. This was not an ordinary pressure, but the divine sand of the great red sky's flowing sand river. Each grain weighed more than 1,000 catties. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, those who were helping to control the formation, and those inside the formation, the passageway was finally formed through the efforts of the 18 people. The moment it was formed, the entire flowing sand formation suddenly trembled inexplicably. It was like a sandstorm in the Gobi Desert, covering the sky and the sun. But here, what was covered was not only the sight of people, but also perception and spiritual consciousness. The three of them were very close to each other, but they were also completely unable to sense each other. Only half of the words that Qing Xian desperately shouted could be heard. "The insect queen has moved. Everyone has been drawn in." They did not have time to go through the passageway, because the moment the passageway was formed, it was also the moment it collapsed. The result was that the entire flowing sand formation was successfully activated, completely breaking away from the humans' control. Those who were drawn into the activated flowing sand formation were not only the three of them, but also the 18 half-immortals who were trying to control the formation outside the formation. Because their minds were too strong, they were completely connected to the flowing sand formation through the nodes. Under the sudden change, how could they escape in a hurry? Just like how mortals encountered a sandstorm in the desert, the divine sand here also gave the half-immortal cultivators the same feeling. A feeling of isolation and helplessness, a feeling of being unable to do anything in the face of a natural disaster. The flowing sand formation instantly reversed the storm, causing everyone to temporarily lose track of their companions. Chapter 2184. Lu Xiaoyi's reaction was the fastest among all the cultivators, because he was always waiting for some kind of sudden change. His reaction was not to quickly cut away and escape, but to quickly establish a dimensional space mark in the quicksand formation at the moment the passage formed and then collapsed. As an immortal formation, the quicksand formation naturally could not allow cultivators to teleport out through space. This was basic knowledge. Any powerful formation must have a space restriction, otherwise, it would be meaningless to set up the formation. The quicksand immortal formation was even more so. It allowed energy to flow inside and outside the formation, but it did not allow material objects to pass through. At the half-immortal level, cultivators could not abandon their physical bodies and completely turn into a body of energy, unless they disintegrated their soul and lost their physical body forever. In that case, becoming an immortal would be an eternal dream, with no possibility of realizing it. After Lu Xiaoyi completed this seemingly meaningless act in an instant, he was involuntarily sucked into the sandstorm. Even with his powerful strength, he could not resist the power of the divine sand of the immortal river. The sandstorm formed by the divine sand did not stop once it started. It made people wonder if this was the true hellish form of the quicksand formation. No one knew. Everyone could only see a very limited area around them. Moreover, the area around them was filled with quicksand, like a deep pool. This was not only a problem of pressure, but also a problem of difficulty in using spells and Tao realm. In this place, the body was the most useful. Lu Xiaoyi's first reaction was that this was beneficial to the insect queen. He finally understood where Zerg's red tide, the life force, came from. It came from the life force of human cultivators. Simply put, if a cultivator died here, the power of the Tao realm phenomenon would be absorbed by the sand eggs here, which would then create the red tide and upgrade Zerg's ability. Zerg had been turning demon beasts into sand like this for nearly 1,000 years. This was not a series of actions, and it was different from what they imagined. In fact, the previous dozen or so stars were dead eggs, and there was no possibility of them becoming the origin of the red tide. Zerg's real goal was only one: the last star, the star where the insect queen was the origin of the red tide. They received the news at this time, so it was the melon star. If they knew about it 100 years earlier, it might be the previous star. If they knew about it a few decades later, it might be another star. It was not important which star it was. The important thing was which star could attract the attention of a large number of human half-immortals. Then, they would gather as many human half-immortals as possible, and use the divine sand as bait, and finally provide precious life force to the sand eggs. They guessed that the red tide would take some time to activate, but this was wrong. In fact, the red tide could have been activated long ago. It was just that the humans could provide Zerg with enough life force to fertilize it. And they were the accomplices of the Avildor, helping the Avildor do evil. Even if the four of them did not think this way, the actual effect was undeniable. Among them, Lu Xiaoyi had united the foreign cultivators into a force, and everyone worked together in the quicksand formation. The whole plan was very precise, and it was hard to imagine that Zerg could come up with such a series of plans. Not only did he consider the ability of the formation to operate, he also understood the psychological activities of the human half-immortals very well. This included the greed for the divine sand, and the judgment that Lu Xiaoyi would have reached with or without him, or they would have worked together to open the passage to save people, or they would have torn down the quicksand formation together. No matter what method they used, they were destined to fail, and they would be trapped in the formation and devoured by the divine sand of the immortal river. That was the general idea, and the rest were the details, so there was no need to worry about it. The only question he had to figure out now was, why did the insect queen think that the humans would kill each other in the formation? Or, did she place her hope on the hidden insects? There was a principle that would never change, and that was if there were insects that wanted to control the quicksand formation to kill people, there would definitely be a loophole in its defense. This was a choice that could not satisfy both sides. Therefore, the best way was to find some opponents for them. Who would they be? In just a moment, he had a preliminary judgment of the whole matter in his mind. He was very clear that among all the people in the formation, other than Qing Xian and a few others who would probably have a similar judgment as him, everyone else would have hallucinations due to the wrong information, dangerous hallucinations, and they would kill any creature that appeared in front of them in order to save their lives. It was simply impossible to hope that everyone would be rational and calm, and that no one would make a move. It was also at this moment that the true form of the quicksand formation took shape. It was a huge funnel-shaped quicksand whirlpool, and the cultivators could not help but be pushed around by the quicksand. They might be able to control their own bodies to a certain extent, but they could not go against the overall trend. They could not fix their own bodies in a certain position, and other than going with the flow, there was no better way. It was conceivable that during this process, there would definitely be some collisions, and it might be the beginning of a battle. Lu Xiaoyi could not fix his own position, but at least he knew whether he should go up or down. It was like an ice cream cone. If it spun, the only place that could fix his own position was the bottom of the cone. This was the only way he could solve the problem. It was impossible to rely on fighting and killing to solve the problem, because it was impossible to meet everyone, distinguish between friend and foe, and kill every insect. This was a matter of probability, and it was even more impossible if the insect queen was controlling it. It was precisely because his fighting strength was too strong that he could become the insect queen's biggest accomplice, and provide precious cultivation life force for the sand egg's revival. There were many records of human history, but the most important thing was that no one had recorded it down. If they had known that the formation of the red light relied on this kind of energy, with their character, they would not have even approached the melon star. In any case, there were no traces of life on it, so they could just crash into it and see how the insect queen would deal with it. This was all in hindsight, and it was meaningless to talk about it now. Lu Xiaoyi sank bit by bit in the rotation. This process was very slow, but it was something he had to do. It was also at this moment that a familiar energy fluctuation spread out from the crazily rotating quicksand formation with the help of the rotating force. He was very clear that this was the movement of the human half-immortal. So fast. The worst situation had already happened, but he did not know how many human half-immortals would have to die to gather enough life force to activate the entire melon star's eggs. He had to speed up. According to the laws of physics, if you were in a constantly rotating whirlpool, it was actually much easier to go up than down. He was going in the opposite direction now, and the amount of elemental energy he consumed was exceptionally large. He basically did not need to use the Tao realm, as the divine sand absorbed everything. Chapter 2185. Lu Xiaoyi hadn't even sunk down for more than 100 breaths when he felt an aura coming from the side. Divine sense was useless here. The divine river sand would absorb everything a cultivator released, including Tao realm, divine sense, and mental energy. Only vision was useful here, and the distance one could see was very limited. Therefore, when he sensed the aura, he was already very close to the swordsman. He pulled out his sword and leaned to the side. This was a purely instinctive action. Zerg might have calculated everything, but he probably didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyi would appear here. In terms of combat, this place might be very suitable for Zerg, who liked to use his physical body to get close, but it was also very suitable for him. With a sword in hand, he was confident that he could kill a long-range enemy faster than using Tao realm in close combat. The next moment, the figure flickered in and out of the quicksand. However, he knew that it was an insect just by looking at its silhouette. It had long tentacles, 6 legs, and a glowing white mouth. He had seen this form too many times, so it was impossible for him to recognize it wrongly. He twisted his body and slid past it. At the same time, he raised his sword and attacked from an extremely tricky angle. The insect was obviously prepared. When Lu Xiaoyi saw it, it also saw Lu Xiaoyi. However, its claws were not as clean as the swordsman's. There were not many profound angles, and the timing was not right. The coordination with the body was also a bit clumsy, except for the strength of a demigod. Was this because the special environment in the quicksand had the same effect on both sides? He couldn't use Tao realm here because the divine sand could absorb it. However, the Tao realm sword intent in the sword couldn't be absorbed by the divine sand. Moreover, the Tao realm sword intent in the insect's body would burst out after piercing the insect's body. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to kill the insect. The sword smoothly cut into the insect's body. However, at the last moment, Lu Xiaoyi gave up on using Tao realm sword intent. At this time, a Tao realm of slaughter would be enough to take its life, but he didn't do so. Both sides passed by each other, but the insect was not as ferocious as it should be. It did not even look back as it ran for its life. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. Otherwise, he would have sent another wave of life energy to Hong Fan. This thing was not an insect, but a human. There were too many reasons why he doubted it. It did not have the savagery of a close-range race, nor did it have the instinctive skills of an insect in close-range combat. They came in a hurry and left in a sorry state. How were they like real insects that wouldn't rest until they were dead? More importantly, as soon as his sword entered the body, he found that the liquid that flowed out was red. It was the color of human blood, not the green and sticky color of Zerg's blood. With just one contact, he understood the insect queen's arrangement in the quicksand formation. The quicksand had its own illusory realm, but it might not be completely an illusory realm. Instead, it was the projection of the countless insect eggs here that was activated by the immortal array. Every creature here was in the form of a bug. He saw others as bugs, and others saw him as bugs too. But they were all humans, so they would definitely subconsciously attack. Because of the quicksand, divine sense could not be transmitted, let alone sound. Therefore, when they suddenly encountered each other, no one would waste time and effort to communicate and lose the precious opportunity to attack. In the quicksand whirlpool, everyone was involuntarily spinning with the quicksand. Since everyone's cultivation realm was different, their speed was naturally different. It was inevitable that they would bump into each other. Although the time was very short, only enough for 2 or 3 moves, when they looked at each other with hatred, this was the moment of life and death. Especially for the dozen or so half-immortals who came later. They originally did not believe that this was Zerg's formation, but the sudden appearance of the bugs would cause their perception to suddenly change. They would go from one extreme to the other extreme, from not believing that there were bugs, to thinking that this place was full of bugs. This was a very clever reverse psychological suggestion. When all these aspects were combined, death and injury were unavoidable. If there were a few real bugs inside, then it would simply be unsolvable. It would force you to fight every encounter as if it was your last battle. How could it be good? Feeling the danger, the only thing he could do was to dive down as quickly as possible to find the lowest point of the whirlpool. But the lower he went, the more difficult it was. The spinning speed here was slow, but the density of the quicksand was also getting higher and higher. This was directly proportional to the shape of the whirlpool. The closer he was to the opening of the whirlpool, the faster the spinning speed of the quicksand, but the density of the quicksand was also lower. The lower he dived, the slower the spinning speed, but the quicksand had the tendency to solidify. During this process, he saw another battle with his own eyes. It was also a confrontation between 2 seemingly bugs, but in fact, it was a confrontation between 2 humans. One was obviously more skilled, and the other was not strong enough. As a result, when the 2 sides came into contact, in a short period of time, the cultivator who was not good at close combat was cut in 2. In a normal world, it was not a big deal for a half-immortal to be killed once, as he could still be reborn. However, this was not the case. The defeated cultivator was reborn in another place at that time, but his rebirth encountered an obstacle. In the quicksand formation, the sand eggs everywhere were greedily absorbing every trace of life energy. Rebirth was the most outward stage of the reproduction of life energy. As a result, the rebirth could not succeed no matter what. The life energy released at the rebirth point could not catch up with the absorption of the sand eggs. In the main world, rebirth was a new life. In the quicksand formation, pinning one's hope on rebirth was seeking death. In such a terrible external environment, even if he could achieve his goal in the end, it was hard to say how many of these people would be left alive. Once the basic critical condition of redness was met, the melon star would collapse and become a bug tide that would sweep across the universe. Everything would be meaningless. The key was that there were still a few of his friends here. He was not worried about senior sister Yang Cheng. Although her close combat ability was not as good as his, she was much stronger than the other cultivators. This was the tradition of Shenyuan swordsmen. She could not be killed by others in a few moves. What was more worrying was how many people she could kill. Qing Xian was weaker in close combat, but it was not a problem for her to protect herself. The truly terrible one was Shi. This was a pure Dharma Meridian cultivator who dabbled in a wide range of things. There was nothing that he did not know about, but he did not like close combat. In the main world, it was not a problem. Not many people could get close to him, and he always had a way to deal with them. However, in the quicksand formation, his method of distancing himself was useless. He had to go down as soon as possible. He needed someone to help him. However, in the situation where everyone was a bug, how could he confirm each other's identity in a hurry? Gain their trust? This was a very risky attempt. He might recognize the wrong person and put himself in danger, but he had to try. This was his problem. He needed tacit understanding. On this point, he could not form a tacit understanding with others. He only had his 3 friends. He hoped to meet them in the process of descending. Chapter 2186. Another insect appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate and attacked with his sword. This time, he still chose the fiercest way to attack. He even wanted to kill the insect in one strike even if it meant injuring it. There was a reason for doing so. It was impossible for him to accurately judge whether the opponent was a human or an insect from the way the opponent attacked. Once he made a wrong judgment, it would bring him trouble. Maybe he didn't kill the insect that should be killed, and it would give the opponent an opportunity to attack him. He could consider so many things, but those demigods might not. Their first choice was to protect themselves and kill the opponent. There was only one thing that was certain: the difference between insect blood and human blood. When his sword pierced the enemy's body, he would be able to determine whether it was an insect or a human. Because the time was short, he needed to figure it out in the first strike. Such a requirement was very difficult for him. After all, the opponent was also a demigod, not a fool. This opponent was very experienced. Its claws were like pincers, hugging an iron wall. At the same time, it rolled and dodged Lu Xiaoyi's sword. At the same time, it swept its tail while rolling. This move, scorpion tail swinging, was very beautiful. The first strike was a test of courage. The second strike was a skill to kill. Whether it was a good opponent or not, the second strike would be enough to tell. Lu Xiaoyi's body floated down like a falling leaf. His long sword followed the stinger and blocked it. It was both a defensive and offensive move. The friction between the long sword and the stinger made a strange sound, and sparks flew everywhere. This was a very sharp stinger attack he used to deal with Zerg. Ordinary insects would not be able to react in time. But this insect's reaction was very agile. Seeing that the long sword was about to cut its tail cone, its tail was very flexible. In an instant, it had already wrapped around the long sword and threw it out. Everything was clear now. How could Lu Xiaoyi's perfect swordsmanship be stumped by an insect stinger? The insect felt that it had wrapped around the long sword, but in the next moment, it felt that it had wrapped around nothing. Before it could react, a dim light flashed under the insect's abdomen, and a murderous aura suddenly burst out. Chunks of flesh, severed limbs, and slimy green water were scattered all over the quicksand, dyeing a large area of quicksand green. Then, they quickly spun and disappeared without a trace. A half-immortal Zerg sacrificed its precious life energy for his Zerg cause. Even though he knew that this would make Hong Fan come faster, he had no choice but to kill. This Zerg fully demonstrated Zerg's close combat ability in close combat. Daring to attack. Perfect coordination between body and attack. He didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. The first move had already caused him to have some doubt. The application of the second move to the tail cone gave him a 70% to 80% chance of success. Then, he unleashed the third move with all his might. As for what would happen if he killed the wrong person, he would not consider this problem. Too pretentious. The Great Tao was a competition. So what if he killed the wrong person? Could it be that because he was afraid of killing the wrong person, he would hand over his life to the other party to be judged? Fortunately, his rich experience in fighting insects helped him. His judgment was correct. If he was any later, this fellow would have missed it. Although he killed a rare half-immortal Zerg, he didn't feel happy at all. This could only prove that there was more than one half-immortal Zerg on Melonstar. There might be many of them. He could easily pass this hurdle. But what about the others? How many of them could survive this kind of situation where they were gambling with their lives? This time, he had to admit that there was a possibility of failure in killing the Zerg. Time alternated between descending and fighting. Lu Xiaoyi encountered a few more opponents, but he didn't encounter any more Zergs. This probability allowed him to have an intuitive understanding of the number of Zerg in the quicksand formation. There was more than one, but it definitely didn't exceed 5. It was still within the acceptable range. His current position had already descended below the center line of the funnel-shaped vortex. The pressure began to increase, and correspondingly, the probability of encountering an opponent became smaller and smaller. Most cultivators still chose to stay above the center line to think of a solution. Therefore, he was going in the opposite direction from everyone else. Others were going up, while he was going down. He was very puzzled. There were 17 cultivators outside, and there might be 4 or 5 Zergs. There were only 4 of them. Logically speaking, the chances of them colliding with each other weren't few. But why was it that he had bumped into others 6 or 7 times, but he hadn't encountered any of his own people? Or was it because they were both inside and outside the quicksand formation, so when the formation was first formed, everyone's position was uneven? Previously, he didn't encounter them above the center line of the vortex, which meant that it was very likely that he would encounter them below the center line. He needed to be prepared in advance. A Zerg nimbly appeared in front of him. He was spiraling downward, while the Zerg was spiraling upward. When they discovered each other, the distance between them was already very short. In a situation where he couldn't transmit his divine sense, he could only fight with all his strength. The long-sword mystic bird slashed through the sand, and its direction was specious. This move depended on the opponent's reaction. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid this sword. At the same time, the opponent's Zerg arm also slashed toward him. The only difference was that one arm slashed from left to right, and the other arm slashed from right to left. It was another ferocious fellow, a close combat expert who dared to face him head-on. The weapons of both sides actually appeared to be Zerg arms, which retracted as soon as they touched. Lu Xiaoyi turned his body, and his long sword slashed back, faster than lightning. The Zerg rolled forward, and its Zerg clawed back. Just this instantaneous reaction upon contact wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do. Only Zergs or swordsman cultivators who were proficient in close combat had this kind of ability. Seeing that both sides were about to cross each other after 2 moves, Lu Xiaoyi's long sword slashed forward, and at the same time, his opponent also slashed forward. In the eyes of an outsider, it looked like 2 ferocious and ugly Zergs brandishing their long sickle-like arms as they rolled. In the instant of contact, they changed from slashing to grasping. Both sides competed in strength, and the 2 Zergs' bodies were already stuck together. Lu Xiaoyi used his free claw to fiercely slap the last of his opponent's 3 limbs. That seemed to be the Zerg's buttocks. He didn't know if Zergs had the concept of buttocks. He moved his head close to the Zerg's ferocious Zerg head, and opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and pointed them at the Zerg's furry ears. "Senior sister, you're too beautiful. I thought you'd turn into a meaty Zerg." The Zerg bit half of his head. "Lu Xiaoyi, what time is it now? You're still in the mood to joke around." He made the right bet. Actually, it wasn't difficult. Both of them were from Shenyuan, and one could easily understand a swordsman's sword techniques. What more his senior sister, who was exceptionally familiar with him. Both of them didn't know how many times they'd fought. Of course, Smokey was the same. Thus, the 2 of them were the easiest to recognize. Chapter 2187. In such a dangerous environment, it was not a good idea for 2 people to hold hand. If an opponent suddenly approached them, they would lose the flexibility to dodge, which was very fatal. Lu Xiaoyi let go of his hand and finally shouted in the ear of the big bug, "Follow me, go down." There was no time to explain, and there was no need to explain. There was no need to explain between them because they trusted each other so much. The big bug said bitterly, "You only know how to order me around." One after the other, they continued to go down. Because their speed was not the same, they soon lost sight of each other. But it did not matter. As long as they knew the direction, they would eventually meet at the bottom. It was just a matter of time. After countless messy and inexplicable events, things finally began to develop on the good side. This was just the beginning. He believed that his friends were below. The frequency of encountering opponents began to decrease. The number of cultivators in the lower half of the whirlpool was obviously much fewer. This was because the quicksand here was becoming more and more solid. It had changed from being as thin as water at the top to being as viscous as slurry at the middle, and now it was half liquid and half solid. He even began to wonder if he would have to use the Earth escape technique to travel normally in such an environment. Another bug passed by. He judged that it was a human, so he did not kill it. But he did not remind the big bug of this judgment in the short moment when he met with her senior sister was not him. After all, her strength was still lacking. If she thought too much and considered too much, it would mess up her mentality. It would be troublesome if she did not fight and kill when she should not kill. As for killing by mistake, he did not care. No one could avoid it in the cultivation world. It was not a person's fault. After letting go of this bug, another bug followed closely behind. It was sneaky, as if it was deliberately following behind the one in front. Was it trying to take advantage of the situation? Or was it trying to bluff its way through? Of course, he would not be polite to such a wretched opponent. Seeing that the opponent was still dodging, he met it head-on. The place where the long sword hit was between the third and third of the opponent's 3 limbs, which was the lower dantian of the human body. When the insect was pointed at by the sword light, it reacted violently. It turned around and waved its claws like a windmill. This was not normal. No insect would make such a fuss before the opponent attacked. Humans with experience in close combat would not do this either. They would usually choose to react when the opponent's attack was about to reach them and there was no room for them to react. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that among the many orthodox Daoist orthodoxies, there was one orthodoxy that specialized in cultivating the lower dantian. It was different from most orthodox Daoist orthodoxies. This orthodoxy was supreme. When one's vitals were suddenly attacked, one's instinctive reaction was to dodge. This was the nature of cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi took advantage of the situation to close in, but took a risk. He blocked one of his opponent's claws outside of his body, while his other hand grabbed onto his opponent's other claw. With a flip, he rode on top of him. This wasn't the normal rhythm of a fight. It was a superfluous action of taking off one's pants to release air. It might not be able to subdue the opponent immediately, but it was possible that the opponent would fight back desperately and perish together with him. However, that was not his goal. Instead, he leaned close to the worm's ear and shouted, "Shishi, you've been exposed. Why aren't you coming with me?" The worm below was struggling. In an instant, countless ways to perish together with him flashed through his mind. However, they were all broken by this shout. He said gloomily, "I wanted to ride the phoenix once if I had the chance. Now, I'm being ridden by a fake phoenix." Lu Xiaoyi found 2 friends and was in a good mood. Some things would be difficult for him to do alone, so he needed people that he could really trust. Unfortunately, in the process of going down, although he did encounter a few worms, they were not from Qingxian. This guy seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. During this period, a few groups of Dao disappearing celestial phenomenon occurred. Things were getting worse and worse. He didn't even know who died. Were there any friends that he was familiar with? 2 hours after the quicksand formation was activated in hell mode, Lu Xiaoyi, who had activated the Earth escape technique, was already close to the bottom of the quicksand whirlpool. This was no longer a liquid, but a solid desert. At this position, even vision was useless. It felt like crossing the river by feeling the stones. Behind him, the smoke puppet and Shishi followed closely. They could barely sense each other's position. Shishi had a lot of treasures on him. He made a spirit silk of the wolf spider. The 3 of them held each other's hands, like 3 blind people rushing in the dark. He had tried many times to find this thing. A few treasures were destroyed in the sacred sand. It could barely coexist with the sacred sand. The advantage was that the 3 of them didn't have to worry about getting lost. Most importantly, the 3 of them could use this to communicate. Lu Xiaoyi briefly told him what he knew. At the same time, he also listened to the opinions of the other 2. On the judgment of the quicksand formation, everyone had reached a consensus. "Why are we here? Most of the people are up there." The smoke puppet didn't understand. In her opinion, the only way to solve the current predicament was to gather the majority of the people, just like they were doing now. Even if it was difficult, they should do it. Then, They could work together to discuss countermeasures. The mystery of the immortal formation was no small matter. Now she could see that it was very difficult to make any impact on the immortal formation alone. Shishi disagreed. It won't work. Little Yi can pull us together because the four of us understand and trust each other well. If it was another person, how could he communicate with others? If he wanted to ride on someone's back and whisper, he would have been blown up and died together with him. Lu Xiaoyi said concisely, "Do you still remember the phoenix's nest? Where did the cold come from? I think the sacred sand here is resistant to cold, but the sand eggs, which make up most of the sand eggs, are not. The sand eggs contain water, so they can be controlled by cold. When the temperature is low enough, the entire quicksand formation can be frozen into crystal flowers. Then, with a light blow, it will be torn apart. We don't have time to gather the majority of the people. The lack of unity is the reason. Wasting too much time is also a problem. Before we gather everyone, I'm afraid that the dead people will be red enough to activate the life energy." Shishi's heart stirred. That's a good idea, but the problem is that the quicksand formation conforms to energy. How can you only freeze and not melt? Where does the heat go? Back then, the phoenix's nest's low temperature was because of the wormhole of no return. What we lack now is an exit. Lu Xiaoyi was confident. Qifan is outside. I set up a dimensional space mark that can transmit energy. The two were overjoyed. If that was the case, then this method was feasible. Shishi smiled. I am familiar with Qifan. He is a good friend and is trustworthy. But where did that Ma Lu die? That shouldn't be. He should be with us. He shouldn't be too far away. He should be at the bottom of the quicksand vortex. Chapter 2188. Lu Xiaoyi didn't answer. He knew Qing Xian's character very well. Even though he looked cautious on the surface, he was extremely crazy and bold when it came to doing things. Thousands of years of experience in Juxian proved this point. He didn't think that Qing Xian would run up for safety. This wasn't his character. So, the only possibility was that he was like him, drilling into the center of the whirlpool. Because of his position, he had sunk to the bottom much earlier than them. Could he have been eaten by the insect queen? The radius of the whirlpool was very limited. They were almost at the end but still didn't find anything. Shi and Yang Cheng, who had a glimmer of hope, were very disappointed. It seemed like Qing Xian wasn't here. But they were also very clear that the purpose of coming down here wasn't to find Qing Xian, but to create an energy transmission channel. It was only here that they could barely maintain their positions and not be carried around by the quicksand. In theory, the bottom of the whirlpool should be a point, but the actual space was bigger than they thought. The strangest thing was that they actually got lost here. What's going on? Is this another level of space in the quicksand formation? It looks like a maze. Shishi was very surprised. The bottom of the whirlpool expanded from a point to a maze space. What does this mean? Can this lead to the outside? Yang Cheng was also very puzzled. Shishi tried. No. This place can't form a space channel that can allow physical objects to pass through. Moreover, not only can we not go down, we can't even go up. The bottom of the quicksand formation is a maze. The two of them looked at Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This is the bottom of the quicksand formation. There is no way to go down. The reason why we feel so strange here is because we are inside the insect queen's internal space. This is its body, its maze, a maze that we can never get out of. The other two were stunned. Yang Cheng asked, "We went into the insect queen's mouth ourselves. What's left is the problem of how to digest us." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "It's not that scary. We always thought that there was an insect queen on Melonstar, and there was indeed one. But now, it is in a different form in the quicksand formation. You can think of it as alive, but of course, you can also think of it as dead. Transforming into a formation, he worked hard to accumulate life force for Zerg's future. I've always been curious. The quicksand formation is so powerful. As long as the insect queen controls it slightly, how can anyone survive? However, the heavenly Tao was fair. This was the fate of mortals who tried to control immortals. However, it still had a chance to return to its former glory. As long as the red light was formed, it would be the new king of Zerg. Perhaps it could even ascend to the position of celestial beast. There's no need to look for that idiot Qing Xian, she must be lost in this maze. Shi and Yang Chan thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was the most reasonable explanation. In fact, the insect queen's plan was already perfect, and they had been dragged into it so carefully. Could it be that there was someone else? Shi sighed, you win some, you lose some. The insect queen made itself into this strange maze to control the entire quicksand formation. It really made up its mind. Just the three of us are not worth it, but the half-immortals you brought in outside gave it the desire to stake everything on one throw. Let's start. I think this place is quite suitable. Let's start to freeze the entire melon star. Lu Xiaoyi spread out the space, and the mark he left behind appeared in the dimensional space. Because of the restriction of the celestial formation, if he didn't set it up in advance, it would be impossible to find the spatial path outside. It wouldn't work if it was too far away, it would have to be near Melon Star. This kind of passage could only be used to transfer energy, but it couldn't pass through material objects. It was limited by his current realm, and it was a deadlock. Unless he became an immortal one day, he would have more ways to deal with it, but now was not the time. The four of them had been in the Phoenix Nest for decades, and they often discussed the changes of the universe and the changes of the era. Of course, they had in-depth discussions about the extremely cold environment of the Phoenix Nest, and their knowledge had gradually enriched through mutual exchange. They had thoroughly studied the function of the wormhole on the path of no return. The mechanism, process, conditions. They had also simulated whether cultivators could create such an environment out of thin air with their own ability. It was an attempt at the Tao of the universe, and also a way to improve themselves. The conclusion was that they could. Therefore, all of this wasn't an unrealistic fantasy. Instead, it had a theoretical basis and a practical method of operation. It could be considered a mature thing, but when they experimented with it, it was relatively small, and now it was relatively large. Cultivation wasn't just about fighting. Lu Xiaoyi now had a deep understanding of this sentence. After finding the spatial mark, he began to look for contact. This was also the restriction of the celestial formation on space. Originally, it only needed him to complete the task alone, but now there had to be someone on the other side of the space to receive him. Hopefully, Qi Fan wouldn't drop the ball. When the Melon Star quicksand formation was formed, it instantly pulled in all the cultivators gathered at the nodes. There was no time to react at all. Therefore, when Qi Fan discovered that there was another cultivator who stayed outside the quicksand formation like him, he immediately understood that this person was definitely the same as him, not contributing at all in the formation just now. It wasn't by chance, but on purpose. He was a meticulous person, and he would never act rashly. He was more used to making plans after making a move. Therefore, he self-deprecatingly said, "This poor Daoist is timid, but I don't want to get involved in matters unrelated to me. It's fine to stay outside, and see if I can pick up some benefits." The other cultivator was a fourth-aged cultivator. He looked ordinary, the kind that couldn't be found in a crowd of cultivators, but this kind of person's thoughts were often more unpredictable than those exposed cultivators. The old cultivator didn't pay attention to him, and focused on observing the changes in the Melon Star quicksand formation. After careful observation, he discovered that those external control nodes were already completely useless. The quicksand formation was now completely controlled by the person who set it up. This was the highest authority. Outside, they couldn't exert the slightest bit of influence. Then he looked at Qi Fan. The quicksand formation can no longer be entered. No matter what happens in the future, it has nothing to do with you or me. Why don't you leave? Qi Fan shook his head. Senior's words aren't wrong, but I am a curious person. If I don't know the result, I will always keep it in mind, so, the old cultivator meaningfully said, you aren't keeping it in mind, but have other plans. Then, wouldn't I be harming you by staying here? Qi Fan smiled. Senior, you're wise and knowledgeable, so why speak so tactfully? You represent the dozen or so half-immortals who aren't willing to take sides, and I represent Enforcer Lose Group. It's nothing more than that. Then the two of us won't be able to come to an agreement. How about this? The strong will stay, and the weak will leave. This is fair and reasonable, and it will save everyone from being suspicious of each other, making everyone unhappy. Chapter 2189. P.S. 11 double monthly votes. Same old rules, 500 votes plus one update. The Alliance Master counts separately. In October, let's see to what degree the Sword Soldier will be able to return to before his death. Calling for votes, calling for genuine subscriptions. Also, I wish you a happy holiday and that everything goes smoothly. The old cultivator laughed. That's how it should be. Inside the quicksand array, there was inexplicable danger. Outside the quicksand array, there was hidden killing intent. Comparing skills? That was nothing but a beautiful excuse. The true idea was that the living would stay and the dead would leave. Chi Fan was a first severed sun soul and the old cultivator was a fourth decay supreme elder. When they fought, they could be considered evenly matched. The old cultivator's cultivation was deeper and Chi Fan's cultivation was more flexible. Until the end, no one dared to say who would win. The old cultivator was calmer and wasn't afraid of dragging this out until the end of time. As for Chi Fan, he had something on his mind. He had to help when the punishment came, otherwise what was the point of staying here? His attacks were fierce, like a storm. He went all out, causing the old cultivator to feel disdain in his heart. As the saying went, a storm wouldn't last forever. How long could such a wild and violent attack last? As long as he endured and avoided him, would he be able to look at him again? One side attacked as they pleased while the other side defended with ease. Chi Fan was a talisman Dao expert and he could casually use all sorts of strange talismans. Each talisman contained Dao realms and formed an effective Dao realm attack rhythm that was very difficult to deal with. But the old cultivator didn't fear him. He shrank his Dao boundary to the smallest extent possible. No matter how fierce the attack was, he wouldn't move. He was truly worthy of being called a 10,000-year-old cultivator. His grasp of the rhythm of battle had reached perfection. He knew when to face difficulties and when to retreat. He was waiting for the moment when his opponent was exhausted and he would switch between offense and defense. Now that his opponent was unbridled and unrestrained, there was no need to confront him. From the way he took out talismans, he was no longer as crazy as when he was at his peak. Right now, he was only forcefully supporting himself. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to last much longer before his true form was revealed. At that time, it would be his world. Chi Fan reached out a hand and took out several forbidden talismans from his ring. There was a slight hesitation in his actions, but when the old cultivator saw this, he snickered inwardly. Was he going to take out all the treasures in his chest? For a great cultivator like a half-immortal, it couldn't be said that they had any trump cards. What they had grasped had already been displayed in the earlier battles. It was simply impossible for them to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, and then make a comeback in a desperate situation. If a grand cultivator couldn't be consistent in cultivation and battle, how could he be qualified to reach this position? Therefore, no matter what kind of treasure he took out, it would only be based on the few Dao realms he was good at. It was just some kind of more complicated and in-depth application. As he thought of this, he realized that his opponent had already used the forbidden talisman, but it was completely different from what he had imagined. It was completely different from the concept and habits of the orthodox Daoist cultivators, which were full of changes. Instead, it was a simple and unaesthetic, physical attack. Since when did the dignified orthodox Taoists start to throw out small knives, spears, and swords in battle? Had he taken out the wrong talisman? Had he taken out the talisman from the Jin Dan of Foundation establishment? He had made a slight mistake here, and that flash of light had already hacked into his defensive circle. It was indeed a small sword, but it wasn't insignificant. On the contrary, the power contained within the small sword was extremely heavy. It was so heavy that his Dao realm defenses were like paper. The defensive measures he had used to block the orthodox Tao techniques of the awakening mortal had collapsed under this insignificant small sword. It was as if they existed in vain. Just before he died, he finally understood that this wasn't a small sword, but a flying sword. It was a flying sword of the same type, origin, and nature as that of Lu Xiaoyi from back then. This was a conscious murder. After one death, he could no longer control himself after his rebirth. Death came one after another, and Chifan's already withered forbidden talismans suddenly became abundant again. It was also because he was an orthodox Daoist that countless restrictions tightly bound the old cultivator, making it difficult for him to escape. In the end, he could only face the dilemma of a Daoist technique or a flying sword and die with hatred. That Lu Xiaoyi hadn't only left behind instructions, he had also left behind a killing weapon like a sword talisman. Chifan coldly looked at the old cultivator's Tao dissipating heavenly phenomenon, still feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. With his strength, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to win if he was entangled for a long time, but he couldn't only care about his own feelings and forget what he truly needed to do. He had to admit that Imperial Inspector Lu's sword talisman was truly very useful, especially for someone like him, who first used a pure Daoist technique to confuse and then used a surprise weapon. He didn't know what the other's intentions were for staying here, but between the two of them, only one could remain. Otherwise, no one could be at ease. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint his friend. He stood guard outside the quicksand formation, calmly waiting for news from inside. After the quicksand formation was taken over, the inside was turned upside down. He couldn't see any changes at all, so he didn't waste any effort. When it came to handling matters, he was the type of person who did his job well and didn't like to meddle in other people's business. It was because of this that Lu Xiaoyi had taken a fancy to him. Of course, he also had the intention of drawing closer to the Five Rings Corporation. You always had to draw closer to one direction. It was either one or the other. As he waited, he faintly sensed abnormal spatial fluctuations. Chifan knew that the time had come. Because he had been pressed for time at the beginning, he was still a little confused about Imperial Inspector Lu's arrangements. But following the establishment of the dimensional energy channel, following the beginning of the channel's expansion and condensation changes, Chifan gradually began to understand. It had to be said that this was truly a genius idea. It perfectly combined true cultivation theory and the changes of the universe's astronomical phenomena. It was an alternative display of the power of the Tao realm. The basic principles of cold and heat represented the most important core elements of the universe. Which astronomical phenomenon didn't carry changes of cold and heat? Sensing the increasingly scorching aura coming from the spatial energy channel, he could imagine the rapid drop in temperature within the quicksand formation. One cold and one hot, achieving a marvelous balance of energy inside and outside the melon star. Chifan no longer had anything to do with it. But in the midst of this change, he sank into contemplation. Could there be some profound principle of the great Tao here, the kind that could advance to the innate great Tao? Looking at the melon star from the perspective of the universe, it gave off a fantastical feeling. Due to the evaporation of heat, the entire planet seemed to be bathing in a hot spring. White mist shone as the heat rapidly spread and was absorbed by the boundless universe. But inside the melon star, it was a completely different scene. Due to the isolation of the quicksand formation, it was like an excellent heat insulating layer, firmly isolating the temperature inside and outside the planet. The outside was as warm as spring, but the inside was as cold as winter. Furthermore, this trend was still developing without limit. The phoenix nest was an open space. Although it was frozen, it was still connected to the surrounding void. Therefore, even a huge air conditioner like the worm of no return couldn't keep lowering the temperature there. It could always reach a balance. The loss of heat and the replenishment of the surrounding environment formed a stalemate, finally stabilizing at a certain temperature. But the melon star was different. The cooling was rapid and immediate. Chifan watched helplessly as the yellow melon star turned light white. Then, he turned light blue. Now, it was changing into a dark blue. He didn't know how low the temperature inside had dropped. Chapter 2190. P.S. 11 times double the monthly vote. It's still the same old rules, 500 votes plus 1 update. The guild master will be counted separately. Let's see how strong the sword soldiers will be in October if they have a final burst of strength. Calling for votes, calling for official subscriptions. Also, I wish you a happy holiday and all the best. Inside the sand formation, the temperature plummeted. Everyone, every bug, felt this change. But they didn't understand the origin of this change. The human cultivators thought that this was a plot by the insect queen to harm them. Thus, they became more violent and killed more unscrupulously. The limited number of half-immortal big bugs naturally knew that this was a trick of the humans. They began to desperately return to the bottom of the whirlpool, hoping to stop those humans before the situation got out of hand. But they needed time to return. To Lu Xiaoyi and the other two, the good news was that because of their energy space, they had pointed out the direction for someone who was lost. Finally, they saw Qing Xian who was covered in dust. Lu Xiaoyi attacked as usual. Ma Lu, was it fun inside the insect queen? We were working ourselves to death here, and you were wandering around there, very carefree. Qing Xian glanced at him, not feeling embarrassed at all. After so many years, his face was already as strong as his state of mind, thick and indestructible. I took a nap in there. No choice, I was born to be a master. There will always be someone to serve me. She laughed. Seeing Qing Xian suffer, he was happier than anyone else. Moreover, he was so happy that he didn't hide it at all. But now, there was a more important matter. Why didn't the insect queen have any reaction? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. What reaction can it have? After it transformed into the sand formation, its reaction is the same as the sand formation's reaction. Do you think it's a good idea for it to focus on hunting us down? Or speed up and let those guys kill each other to satisfy the redness of life energy as soon as possible? She thought, that's true, it's a bit too late to think of dealing with us now. It's better to deal with those half-immortals who don't know about it. From the moment we came in, I have been calculating how many people died. Now, there are already 6 of them. I wonder how many will have to die in order to satisfy the life energy requirements of the Red Flood. Qing Xian reminded, although the insect queen still needs to maintain the quicksand formation to absorb the life energy and compete with us in speed, don't forget that there are still a few half-immortal big bugs. They won't just sit by and watch. With the help of the insect queen, they will return very quickly. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Ma Lu is right. Since we've all contributed before, what about you? I heard that you're sleeping here. Therefore, I suggest that the 3 of us continue to operate the energy channel and try to lower the temperature enough to crystallize the entire quicksand formation. If there are any insects outside, you, Ma Lu, will deal with them. Isn't this allocation reasonable? Qing Xian didn't buy it. The energy space channel doesn't need 3 people. 2 people are enough. Shi, you and Yang Cheng stay here. Lu Tong and I will see if we can go out. The 4 of them finally returned to the state of close cooperation. This was very important, but regrettably, Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian still could not find the way out after going up 1 round. For a half-immortal insect queen, its internal passageway was like a maze. It could even change and adjust automatically. Coupled with the replenishment of the divine sand, there was no chance of breaking it open by force. In the end, the 2 of them still turned back. Since they couldn't go out, they could only settle for the second best, which was to guard the energy channel. Qing Xian said with hatred, the intestines of this insect queen really can't come in. I've been inside for more than 2 hours and have no clue at all. Let's do it this way. If there are any big bugs approaching, Lu Tong and I will be responsible for dealing with them. If we miss anything, Yang Cheng, you take over. Shi, your task is to maintain the energy channel. You don't have to worry about anything else. I have reason to suspect that once the channel is broken, the hope of reopening it will be very slim. Our time is limited and we can't afford to be tormented. Shi was unconvinced. Why me? Am I that weak? Yang Cheng snorted. It's good that you know it. Why do you have to say it out loud? How do you want everyone to answer you? Do we tell the truth and disappoint you? Or do we tell lies to make you happy? I've already told you not to hide far away whenever there's a fight. Close combat is a must-have skill. You can't underestimate it. Everyone became relaxed and began to belittle others mercilessly to elevate themselves. Since when did the atmosphere become so shameless? No one could say for sure. It seemed that ever since they met someone, it had slowly become like this. Because if you didn't act like this, you would feel that you were at a disadvantage. Qing Xian was still the most meticulous. She could always see the small details that others didn't care about. An interesting phenomenon. This time, those who came to Melonstar didn't have any immortal seeds left after their Tao disappeared. Shishi nodded. This shows that this was a planned, purposeful, and selective operation. Those who were sent here were all cannon fodder. The person who ordered them to come here knew that most of them wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, Zerg is definitely not the mastermind. They don't have such an exquisite mind. It's impossible for them to make such a series of arrangement. The person behind this must be the master above. I just don't know what this master, or these masters, want to get from Zerg's Red Flood. Who are they? How can we dig them out? Or should we pretend that we don't know like before? Qing Xian pointed the spearhead at Lu Xiaoyi. Why aren't you saying anything? Did you think of something? Don't dare to say it. Don't want to say it. This isn't the style of a tea stirrer. Yang Cheng was very curious. Little Yi, what does Ma Lu mean by that? What are you hiding from us? You even want to hide it from me? Do you want to die? Lu Xiaoyi was still thinking, but Qing Xian didn't hold back. These half-immortals are cannon fodder because they didn't have immortal seeds planted in them. Similarly, aren't we also cannon fodder? How could it be so coincidental that the four of us were dragged into this? Has Lu become so stinky? Therefore, every human here, including us, is a target to be eliminated. It's just that they are dispensable, and we are the main target. What's the reason? Could it be the revenge of the 30 half-immortals in the road of no return? Since we were also chosen, it means that among the four monsters, one of them has been bribed and controlled. Or perhaps they were bewitched without knowing. Lu Tong, you didn't say anything because you were thinking of how to secretly find the answer from them, right? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Ma Lu, your thoughts are mainly about Little Meow and Wild Boar. I don't believe that they have such deep thought. But if it's the other two, it's also very difficult. It's not easy for the two little guys to make friends, so it's not good to be too stiff. Yang Cheng suddenly understood and patted Lu Xiaoyi's shoulder. Little Yi is not bad, you're much better than Li Wui are. I'm also inclined to think that Kitty and the boar are fine. They might just be used. But the problem now is, if they're mixed up with the rooster and the bubblefish, sooner or later, something will happen. Qing Xian snorted. I'll settle this matter after we get out. Lu Tong, I'm afraid that your heart-seeking ability is not enough. Wild Boar and Little Meow are also very familiar with me. I can't watch them be led astray. I have to ask clearly, then decide whether to expose them or not. It's not easy for these few demon beasts. I'll try my best to give them a way out, but for the one who was really deceived, I must let him know. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Chapter 2191. P.S. My friends, the monthly ticket is a little weak. Your support is my motivation. If you don't support me, sloth will naturally wither. Let the swordsman rise up for once, please. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew that Qing Xian was doing this for his own good. Illegal cultivators could not do such things because they were more diverse in their means, unlike him who could only threaten with the flying sword. If this kind of thing was not handled well, it would easily cause cracks. It would be inappropriate for him to take the lead and there would be no room for negotiation. Among the four of them, Qing Xian knew him the best. However, she also cruelly cut off his idea of helping the demons privately. There were many disadvantages, especially when it might involve the Celestials behind the scenes. Everyone had the right to know. Under everyone's speculation, Qing Xian was the first to attack when something strange approached, leaving Lu Xiaoyi to prepare for the ambush in the dark. The big bugs were no different from humans when they fought in such an environment. They did not receive any special treatment, but they still had some advantages when it came to hiding. After all, this was a world filled with sand eggs. The bugs were very strategic. One of them first appeared to attract the attention of the human cultivators and pulled Qing Xian out. Then, two of them rushed out to be the main force and were stopped by Lu Xiaoyi. Finally, there was one who waited until the battle had completely started before sneaking out to attack. There was also Yang Cheng. That was all, because they did not have a fifth bug. The battle was fierce and cruel. Because they would not be rotated passively, they could completely control their own body to advance and retreat. Because the plan was revealed, no matter if it was a human or an insect, they could not retreat. The insect race was indeed the most fearless race in the universe. Even after reaching the half-immortal stage, they did not change at all. However, their opponents were the most unyielding sword cultivators among the human cultivators. They were professional fighters who regarded life and death as a common occurrence. In just 10 breaths, the three of them ended the battle at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched. However, considering that Qing Xian was the first to start, his close combat ability was still not as good as Yang Cheng. Moreover, he and Yang Cheng were dealing with one bug while Lu Xiaoyi was dealing with two at the same time. That's about it. There are not many half-immortal bugs here. I will deal with any possible accidents. The three of you focus on the energy conversion. Be quick, don't give the insect queen too much time to react. If I'm not mistaken, another one died just now, right? In the extreme cold, the operation of the entire quicksand array was affected. In the upper half of the whirlpool, where the density of quicksand was not high, the effect might be relatively limited, but in the lower half of the whirlpool, the density of quicksand gradually increased. Under the extreme cold, ice crystals began to appear, gradually forming a sheet. As the whirlpool rotated, it became abnormally sluggish. Even at the bottom, it had completely solidified. The opportunity they were waiting for was when this solidification reached half of the entire quicksand formation, to break it down and make it unable to rely on its own power to operate. Quicksand, quicksand, 1 is flowing, 2 is sand. The sand was the divine sand of the great Scarlet Heaven's immortal river, and they had no way to deal with it. Hence, they chose the flow as the breakthrough point. If the quicksand formation couldn't flow, would it still be an immortal formation? The quicksand is losing speed. This also meant that it would be easier for cultivators to go up and down. If some curious fellows come down, do you think we should kill them or not? To kill or not to kill, that was indeed the question. Killing it would help the insect queen accumulate life energy, but not killing it might endanger the operation of the energy spatial channel. Although until now, they had already seen hope, but it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose in the end. Qing Xian pondered and said, "We need to speed up. There's one thing we need to pay attention to. When the red glow appears, will it threaten the lives of the cultivators inside the formation? Will it take us away in one wave? Of course, there's also the possibility of those half-immortals who don't know the truth causing trouble. Now that the quicksand formation's rotation has weakened a lot, we have a certain degree of freedom in our movements. Go out and use the basic water magic. I guess, everyone should have a palm treasure on them, right?" Palm treasure was an indispensable thing in the long journey of cultivators traveling through the universe. In fact, it was a portable small world that provided the basic living resources. The most important point was that there was a large amount of running water. Water was the source of all living things, only with water could there be everything. If the water was poured out, although it was impossible to lower the temperature, it could greatly speed up the freezing process of the ice crystals and sand. They all agreed that even if the situation seemed to be developing smoothly, they were filled with a sense of urgency. They could not let the situation deteriorate any further. It was still Shishi controlling the energy channel, Lu Xiaoyi protecting him from the side. Qing Xian and Yang Chen went out to sprinkle the water. Because the bottom of the whirlpool was completely frozen, the insect queen's maze could no longer be changed, so there was a possibility of leaving. Qing Xian finally instructed, "No matter who it is, the four of us have the right to launch the final blow of the quicksand formation, as long as you are sure the time is right. In order to save time, we can't act after we gather together. So, use the expansion, pinch, and contraction of elemental energy. One person starts and the others follow. They decided on a plan, and Qing Xian and Yang Chen went out, leaving Lu Xiaoyi and Shishi to guard the channel. Shishi complained, "Xiaoyi, with our current realm, I thought that at this stage in the origin world, we can't act willfully and take as we please. Who would have thought that after all this trouble, we can't even figure out who the enemy is?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "The opponent has changed, a lot of things are not within the scope of our understanding. You have to get used to it. In the future, this kind of situation will become normal. You can't choose your opponent, they must be the same as you." Shishi sighed, "Of course I know, but I didn't expect all this to happen so early. First, it was the road of no return, now it's the Melon Star. We are all involved with the masters of the upper realm. Going against the immortals, I never thought about it. Now, it's actually so easy to do it, and it doesn't matter. I even feel a little excited. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid this is the normal rhythm before the era changes. Half-immortals desperately climb up, immortals plant immortal seeds, hoping to make a comeback. Everyone is mixed together, and the immortals are born in large numbers at the most crucial moment. Xiaoyi, do you think that at the moment when the era changes, all the immortals will be wiped out, and then a large number of immortals will take over?" Lu Xiaoyi thought for a while. "It seems so. When the era changes, not a single immortal will be left. But this empty window period can't last for too long, because the great Tao can't be empty. So, at the same time when all the immortals are wiped out, a large number of cultivators will establish their Tao and become immortals to fill the gap. At the moment when the era changes, it will be very lively. Think about it, tens of thousands of great Taos will fight to prove their position in the new era, tens of thousands of cultivators will obtain the long-awaited immortality, between races, between realms, between orthodoxies, between the old and the new, there will be countless collisions, and it will be a fight to the death. Are you ready?" Shishi licked his lips. "I've been preparing. I've never slacked off." Chapter 2192. Everyone was preparing, not only the four of them, but also all the cultivators in the quicksand formation. They were willing to take the risk to enter the quicksand formation because they had no choice but to do so under the anxiety of the era. Among these people, none of them were planted with immortal seeds. Could this be the reason why the immortals didn't take a fancy to them? Or it could be because of their strong willpower? After all, the number of immortals was far less than that of half-immortals. It was impossible for everyone to be chosen. After the quicksand formation collapses, there is still a chance to obtain the divine sand. Shishi, you are also considered to be proficient in the formation Tao. Do you have any needs in this area? Shishi rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think the divine sand is so easy to obtain? Like those old guys at the road of no return, they were planted with immortal seeds unknowingly. Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. He didn't need to remind them. His friends were all sly and cunning. They could become friends because they had the same bottom line. They would rather die than become another themselves. The two of them were waiting here. In fact, they didn't understand the situation of the entire quicksand formation. Here, spiritual awareness couldn't be transmitted and couldn't be sensed. So they were waiting for news from Qing Xian and Yang Chen, especially Qing Xian. Because he was a top Dharma cultivator, he was the best judge of the situation that could easily collapse the entire formation. They also believed in him. This was the basic trust between friends. Even if this unlucky guy was inexplicably trapped in the maze from the beginning. People always made mistakes, including themselves. What do you think of my great Tao of life? This shouldn't be asked, but now everyone regarded Lu Xiaoyi as a very different existence, an existence that seemed to be one level higher than them. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it was very clear. So he didn't hesitate to ask about the most secretive thing of his own family. It was as if he would definitely succeed as long as he had Lu Xiaoyi's approval. Lu Xiaoyi was shrouded in fog. You don't need my opinion. The key is what you think. No one could give anyone a guarantee, even if he was really Hong. The key was confidence. She still lacked something in the competition with the immortal's power. That was the imposing manner. So, the key wasn't how the great Tao of life was. But how did she think? When the era changed, the first batch of people to go up must be some arrogant, paranoid, and arrogant people. Being overcautious was not suitable for such a big occasion. You need to have a big heart. Shi's expression changed. Someone seems to be coming. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, but he didn't go forward. This was because the excessive slaughter now was to gather life energy for Zerg's red tide. He could only hope that the person who approached him wouldn't go too far. It was a dangerous balance between giving Zerg more time and protecting the energy channel. He did not want to kill anyone in this situation. Bad news came one after another, and he could faintly sense the aura of someone dying. However, up until now, this was already the 8th death of a human half-immortal, and there were still 5 insect half-immortals that had been annihilated. He wasn't sure what was the minimum amount of life energy required for a red glow. However, there was a sense of danger. It shouldn't be too far away. Should the conditions for the formation of the red flood tide be met first? Or should he first satisfy the conditions for dispersing the quicksand immortal array? This crucial judgment was left to Qing Xian. Qing Xian was now in the middle of the whirlpool. He also felt the urgency of the situation. However, the crystallization of the quicksand had not reached half. Now it was only 30%, less than 40%. They had their own judgment on how to dispel the quicksand array. The cornerstone of their judgment was that the higher the degree of crystallization, the more brittle it would be and the easier it would crack. The normal estimation was that when half of the quicksand array was crystallized, the 4 of them could do it together. According to this judgment, they needed to wait for a while. However, more and more cultivators died, which created a heavy time pressure for them. If they had completed the accumulation of life energy for the red tide before the dispersal time arrived, everything they were doing now would be meaningless. Qing Xian paid special attention to the speed of the crystallization of the quicksand in the middle of the whirlpool. The result was not satisfactory because the density of the quicksand was low and the speed was fast. The higher it was, the more difficult it was to form a complete ice seal. It took longer than they expected. Should he start in advance or wait? In this position, he needed to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, he decided to take a gamble. No longer caring that the crystallization of the quicksand was far from reaching the requirements, he stood with his hands on his hips and began to breathe in and out. Every time he breathed in, it seemed like he wanted to absorb everything around him like a mini black hole. Every time he breathed out, it seemed like he wanted to vent all the power in his body. This was the 3 clear Daoist schools best at breathing in and out turbidity. Even here, in a certain space, the divine sand could not stop this operation. The expansion and contraction affected the shape of the entire quicksand array to constantly expand and contract, even if this regular rhythm was insignificant. Smoke Puppet, who was closer to him, began to feel this rhythm. She knew Qing Xian had already begun. Although she still had some doubts, doubting whether the current frozen state of the quicksand could dispel the quicksand array, she still chose to believe in her companion without hesitation. Following Qing Xian's rhythm, she also began to breathe in and out. Although the nature of breathing in and out was not the same due to different cultivation methods and orthodoxies, what was consistent was this rhythm. It was like playing a flute and harmonizing with an erhu. It was not a musical instrument, but it played the same rhythm. In the eyes of Qi Fan, who was outside the quicksand array, the enormous quicksand array began to become like a giant heart that began to beat. In the insect queen's maze, Lu Xiaoyi and Shishi immediately sensed the change and joined in without hesitation. The flute, erhu, and now the peeper and swona. The rhythm was synchronized with each other, and the huge heart of the quicksand formation began to surge. Every time it expanded, it seemed as if the blood vessels were going to burst, and every time it contracted, it seemed as if it was going to squeeze every space inside. Amidst the violent expansion and contraction, the upper half of the quicksand formation wasn't very obvious, but in the lower half, the frozen crystal sand began to emit terrifying creaking sounds. That was the internal structure of the formation resisting such a rhythm. If they could withstand it, nothing would change. If they could not, everything would come to an end. Qing Xian's premonition was not wrong. In this kind of frozen crystal situation, the efforts of the four of them were not enough. This was not a problem of the Tao realm's forbidden sword art, but purely the breathing in and out of cultivation. This was the most basic thing of cultivators. There were no shortcuts, no opportunities to take advantage of. But he still did his best. He was waiting for someone to join in. In a certain location in the quicksand array, the old and shrewd Lu Yuzi was hiding here. He had avoided those meaningless battles and was paying close attention to the development of the situation inside the array. He would not rashly take action. Even if the sudden drop in temperature was strange, he would only watch with cold eyes. But once he took action, it could only be because he saw an opportunity. For example, right now, he saw an opportunity. Similarly, he stood with his hands on his hips, his mouth wide open. He also did not want to always stay here without a choice. Chapter 2193. P.S. Thank you to Tai Qing's Alliance Master for the tip. By the way, until the 4th, the monthly tip from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. is 4 times the amount. If friends are interested, this period of time is the most economical. Thank you everyone. There were many people like Lu Yuzi, and this was Qing Xian's gamble. A half-immortal, no matter what orthodoxy they were from, no matter where their heart was, they had one thing in common, and that was the ability to seize opportunity. If the opportunity was right in front of them but they didn't make use of it, they didn't deserve to be at the top of the main world. Once the rhythm was set, there would be people who would follow it. This was Qing Xian's gamble. He gambled on cultivation, and he succeeded. The quicksand formation was like a heart that was surging under intense exercise. The strength of Lu Xiaoyi and the other three wasn't enough to make this heart completely excited, but what about 5 people? What about 6 people? What about more people? In just a moment, more than 10 people joined in to add fuel to the fire. This was also what humans like to do the most. Everyone kicks a man who is down. The insect queen that turned into the quicksand formation originally thought that everything was under control. Even if this was an extremely dangerous rhythm, it was confident that it could kill another human half-immortal before the rhythm really caused harm. It only needed one more portion of life energy to stimulate the red flood. But the sudden change caught it a little unprepared. It also wanted to fight, and could only fight. Humans had reasons to fight, so did Zerg. They were all life forms in the universe. Who was more noble than the other? At the end of the quicksand formation, it awkwardly came to an end that everyone was in a hurry. Suddenly, under the violent rhythm, the great quicksand formation suddenly collapsed. Under the infusion of life energy, countless sand eggs that were resurrected formed a fiery red. Qi Fan had been in the universe for a long time, but he had never seen such a beautiful and desperate star collapse. It exploded. He saw the red flood, and this was a rare thing that only appeared 1 or 2 million years ago. It covered the sky and covered the earth, almost covering the entire surrounding airspace. It was like a mortal farmer who saw a historical locust swarm, powerless. In the red flood, 13 human figures flew out. These people, some had a clear purpose, some were panicking, some took advantage of the situation to escape, and so on. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi appeared, he immediately spread his consciousness, surround them, before they completely disperse. While they are still in their infancy, everyone, I don't care about what you've done in the past, but what you're doing now, the heavens are watching, and so are people. The quicksand immortal formation had been broken. But at the same time, the insect queen had used the last of her strength to unleash the red tide. This explosion was not complete, and could only produce 20% or 30% of the true red tide. Coupled with the loss of the ice crystals, the red tide that was formed in the end was not even 10% of its original size. But even this 10% was enough to make people shudder with fear and a chill run down their spines. They could clearly feel the strong vitality of these larvae, which meant that in the future, this would become a powerful army of self-cultivator creatures. On average, they would be more than Yuanying, fearless of death, and obedient to orders. The cultivators were now in the void and had fully recovered all their abilities. If they worked together, they might be able to destroy these things in their infant form. The key was that it had to be done cleanly, without leaving a single one behind. Otherwise, if one escaped and this one merged with a normal bug swarm in the universe, it would cause a terrifying mutation in the bug swarm. Now was the best chance. Because the red tide did not know how to split up and escape, and because they were still larvae, they instinctively chose to huddle together for warmth. This would not last long. The speed at which bugs grew was incomparable to that of humans. They were rough and long, but not as delicate as humans. This was the last and best chance. After several days of torment and twists and turns, if they were to lose everything, this trip to Melonstar would be a complete failure. They might not be able to do anything to the person behind Melonstar, the mastermind behind Zerg, for the time being, but they could not let go of these red tides that appeared on the surface. If the big tiger could not defeat them, it would be too unreasonable for the little bugs to leave. The red tide had just seen the universe, and these larvae had not seen much of the world yet. They were uncertain of their direction and did not know where to fly. Lu Xiaoyi was the insect herder. How many years had it been since he used his flying swords? It seemed that he had rarely met an opponent worthy of this, but this time, he did not hold back at all. Because for the bugs, the flying swords were the most instinctive threat they feared. This instinct was not innate. It was forced into their bones and blood by generations of swordsmen over millions of years. In the end, it became an inherited instinct of the body. It was also the path of life passed down by the Creator. Even plants could learn to protect themselves from generation to generation. They could change color, grow thorns, and emit strange smells, let alone living creatures. Millions of swords hovered in the air in an orderly manner, forming a huge semicircle, driving the red tide towards one direction. Such an encirclement was so large that it covered half of the sky as far as the eye could see. There was a certain distance between each of the swords. The distance was determined by whether or not the swords were a threat to the bugs. When spread out like this, it was like a huge net in the universe, forcefully covering the bugs. Although the distance between the swords was enough for the bugs to pass through, the path of slaughter carried by the swords made these larvae not dare to act rashly. He now had more than 5 million swords and was steadily moving towards 10 million. But now, he did not care about how many swords the swords were split into. This was no longer the main direction of his swordsmanship. He did not rashly kill because excessive killing would startle the bugs and cause fear to spread. It would exceed the bugs' instinctive tendency to stick together. Once they scattered in all directions, there would be more trouble. The one killing the bugs was not him, it was the three Taoist. Qing Xian, Shi Shi, Qifan. Only the Taoists' methods could unknowingly and gently wipe out the bugs so that they would not feel any danger. Therefore, they would unknowingly enter the Taoists' trap. This was a tacit cooperation. Lu Xiaoyi was the main driving force, while Yang Cheng patched up the gaps and chased after those that ran off in the wrong direction. The three Taoists tried their best to make their Daoist traps bigger, so that they could contain more of the surging swarm of insect. This was only less than 10% of the normal red tide. If all of them were successfully activated, stopping them would be an unrealistic dream. Even so, it did not form a sealed space and was still full of loopholes. The void was too big and the strength of an individual was too small. Even the ability of a half-immortal was inadequate here. Fortunately, there were still people who helped. Initially, in the quicksand formation, not including the half-immortal bugs, there were 17 foreign cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi's group of 4 people. 8 people died in the formation and only 13 came out. This process was actually quite thrilling. Because according to the conditions of the red tide, killing 9 humans could satisfy the basic activation of life energy. When the entire Melon Star quicksand formation was formed into the red tide, there would be a moment when life energy would be forcibly extracted along with the annihilation of the stars. When that time came, none of the remaining 13 people could escape. But the red tide was not fully activated. Qing Xian's decision to take action in advance saved everyone's lives. That was why there was now an incomplete castrated version of the red tide. But even if it was the castrated version, the few of them could not withstand it. Chapter 2194. When the red tide was placed in front of everyone, as half-immortal cultivators, there was no need for anyone to tell them what to do. Among the 13 people, there were 2 who didn't stay. They immediately fled after the formation was broken, disappearing without a trace. They didn't even observe the current situation. This was because there was a problem with both of them. They had suffered heavy injuries in the crazy battle in the quicksand formation. To them, they definitely wouldn't stay and gamble on their luck. Whether they were friend or foe, leaving was the best choice. There were still 7 cultivators who didn't immediately leave. To them, the most dangerous time had already passed. Now was the harvest season. No matter what, they couldn't run away because of fear. Then, they immediately understood the current situation. There were 2 choices. Help to encircle the swarm, or take advantage of the fact that the quicksand formation was broken and scattered to collect the divine sand that was erupting in the sky. How to choose was a test of a cultivator's temperament. No matter what you think, being able to do it, in fact, represents a kind of position you have in yourself. There were 5 cultivators who chose to help, including Lu Yuzi and the cultivators who stood on Lu Xiaoyi's side. At that time, there were a total of 6 people. Now, including Qi Fan, there were only 4. The remaining 2 had died in the quicksand formation. If you made the right choice, you would definitely have a bright future. It also depended on strength and luck. Otherwise, you would be a stepping stone on the road to success. In the other half-immortal circle, there were only 2 who chose to help to encircle the swarm. The other 2 didn't care and began to collect the divine sand that was scattered in the sky. Everyone was selfish. However, some people were selfish in the wrong place. This was very unwise. The 2 selfish people also knew that doing this would arouse public anger, so they had an excuse. Killing the swarm and collecting the sand won't delay either side. After the matter is settled, we won't let each other down. Killing the swarm is very important, but everyone has worked hard, so we shouldn't return empty-handed. The 2 of us will collect for everyone first. Killing the swarm won't make a difference to the 2 of us. It was a very appropriate explanation and appeared to be very rational. The opportunity was also very good. Right now, everyone was busy blocking the swarm. Before eliminating the red tide, no one had the time or energy to find trouble with them. The cultivators who surrounded the red light felt helpless. They knew that this was just an excuse, but they couldn't say anything now. If they angered these 2 cultivators, it would be even more troublesome if they came to cause trouble. These 2 people would not really wait for everyone to finish killing the insects before splitting the spoils. Once they had obtained a certain amount of divine sand, they would naturally slip away. This was a very spiritual sand, and its speed of escape was also very fast. It would not stay in place and wait for humans to collect it. Everyone had their own aspirations, and it was not good to force them. This was what most people thought. Everyone was thinking about the divine sand, but some people would only think about it, but would not actually do it. This was because they understood that there were things more important than the divine sand. Some people thought about it, and then they would do it. It was that simple. But some people didn't think so. 5 cultivators came over to help. Some of them were helping Qing Xian to kill the insects, while some were helping Lu Xiaoyi and Yang Cheng to drive the insects away. Each of them used their own techniques. Just when everyone's encirclement of the insects was getting tighter and tighter, the sword gleam that filled the sky suddenly converged into one sword. Before everyone could react, a half-immortal who was collecting the divine sand in the distance felt a great sense of danger. How could he react in time? The flying sword was originally fast, and now the sword gleam was divided into 2 parts. When the sword gleam flashed, a head fell to the ground. The master of the sword had an unusually accurate judgment of 3 lives, and did not even leave him a chance to be reborn. The sword gleam made a turn in the sky, and the sword momentum was not over yet. Then, it slashed towards another selfish half-immortal. That half-immortal was immediately alerted when his companion was killed. He could be considered to have a very fast reaction. How could someone who could survive in the quicksand formation be easy to deal with? The auspicious cloud flipped over, but he retreated immediately. He said angrily, "Can't a little difference of opinion be tolerated in the execution of a punishment?" The sword gleam slashed down. Because it was to be quick, it was the remaining momentum after killing one person, so it did not go all out. When the auspicious cloud was slashed apart, the sword gleam also disappeared. If Lu Xiaoyi gathered the sword gleam and slashed again, it would be enough for him to fly into the underworld. In any case, Lu Xiaoyi could not really give up on killing the insects to chase after him. That half-immortal laughed loudly and quickly retreated. Being able to escape with his life in front of Lu Xiaoyi was also a qualification that he could brag about for hundreds of years. However, before he could laugh and his body could completely escape, another sword gleam suddenly drilled out from the dimensional space beside him. There was no light, and the pitch-black color blended into the background of the universe. This time, he did not even have time to disperse the auspicious cloud, and was directly slashed into two pieces. Void-leaping killing sword. Shenyuan was once the strongest sneak attack method of the internal sword sect. Back then, the one who was the best at this sword technique was Bu Lian. Even Li Wuya had received her guidance. The two Shenyuan swordsmen had a tacit understanding with each other, and in less than 2 breaths of time, they had consecutively killed 2 half-immortals. When they withdrew their swords, the red insects in front of them had not yet discovered that the terrifying killing intent of the flying sword had completely disappeared. It had already appeared behind them once again. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. "I am willing to tolerate different opinions from different people. However, the prerequisite is that you are a human first." The half-immortals were shocked, but they were all very silent. They felt sorry for the violent methods of the swordsman. It was a pity that they had such a great future as a half-immortal. In other places, it would be a very normal action to fight for resources, but in this place, it had immediately attracted a fatal disaster. However, it had to be said that for them, who had focused their attention on the insect swarm and cared more about the difference between humans and insects, it was really very satisfying. Being violent also depended on the situation. When the situation was right, it meant that they killed decisively, it meant that they were happy to take revenge, and it meant that their Dao heart was unhindered. When these two people died, everyone's envy of the divine sand died. They raised their spirits and encircled the insect swarm, and they no longer had many excessive thoughts. When people focused, their efficiency would increase. They were all experienced half-immortals, and they did not need anyone to teach them how to cooperate when dealing with insects. They were very clear on what they should and should not do. This should be their specialization. For people who had lived for at least a few thousand years, who had not killed insects dozens of times, the 10 of them worked together, and completely threw away their previous barriers. Everyone had the same thoughts, and their strength was concentrated in one direction. With such cooperation, this castrated version of the red insect swarm was finally suppressed. In the beginning, they were still a little flustered, but the more they killed, the easier it became. However, relying on their huge numbers, this batch of mutated and enhanced version of the insect swarm that had not fully matured was completely wiped out. Not a single one of the trillions of insects was left. When they instinctively realized the danger, they began to scatter in all directions. However, the number of insects was already insufficient to support the escape of the fish that escaped the net. Within a certain range of numbers, the half-immortals' Dao realm spread out, and not a single one was left behind. Not a single one could escape. This incident started inexplicably, and it proceeded in an awkward manner. In the end, they did not find the main culprit, but at least on the surface, it did not cause too big of a consequence. It was still passable. Chapter 2195. The swarm of insects had been wiped out completely, and the divine sand of the quicksand formation had also disappeared without a trace. Some people still felt regretful. To the remaining people, Lu Xiaoyi was very sincere. Since he had killed them and wasted their resources, he had to give them some face, a way out, and a favor. This was his way of doing things. However, He would not be like Li Wuya, who had his hands behind his back and said, "You can think whatever you want. Bite me." He was going to do big things. To do big things, he had to be magnanimous. "I'm very sorry for delaying everyone's collection of the divine sand. I acted on my own initiative and did not ask for everyone's opinion in advance. I apologize to everyone here." Among the crowd, Lu Xiaoyi's friends did not mind at all. They even secretly admired Lu Xiaoyi's habit of stuffing them with sweet dates right after he was done waving his stick. The remaining 3 or 4 cultivators who were not originally on the same side but still knew what was important could not express their dissatisfaction. What else could they say when they saw that Lu Xiaoyi had the advantage in numbers and that Lu Xiaoyi was in charge? What did they dare to say? It was not easy to have such an apologetic attitude. If he did not care about them, what else could they do? Thus, they all returned the greeting, saying that they did not dare to. Lu Xiaoyi continued. His goal was not only to make them not dare to flare up, but also to pull these people over. Although there were not many of them, reputation was very important. When they returned to the inside-out sky, they would be free promoters. They could not be careless. The reason why I delayed everyone's collection of the divine sand was that, firstly, there was a conflict of time. It was difficult to get the best of both exterminating the insects and collecting the sand. Secondly, I had a little idea. If I really wanted to help everyone collect the sand, there was probably a way. But I don't want anyone to do so. The reason is somewhat unbearable. Everyone's interest was piqued. Yang Tong pursed his lips. This was the rhythm of starting to bluff again. The change of the road of no return. Does everyone understand? Everyone was silent. They had already realized something. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say anything. In fact, he couldn't say anything because he wasn't sure what was hidden in the divine sand of the great Scarlet Heaven Immortal River. All he needed to do was take the lead and let others suspect that there was a ghost. "I'm not willing. Because I feel that this is blasphemy to cultivation." Perhaps some people do not think so. In order to improve, they would rather give up everything, including themselves. But in my opinion, there are only a few people who have no bottom line. That's why I chose the path that most people would persevere on. I didn't touch the divine sand. If I have time, I will discuss it with you. But in the quicksand formation, there was no chance. I hope my decision didn't cause you too much trouble. Who would be disappointed by his boastful words? At least not now. They all felt that they were one of those who persisted. Lu Xiaoyi bowed once more. Ugao, we will meet again someday. Today's fate is our friendship in the future. Everyone still has a chance to get together. Treat this experience as a tempering of the mind and not a seed of hatred. It will be beneficial for everyone. Of course, you can also reject it and avoid contact with him in the future. However, in this special period of time, who would be willing to lose the opportunity to get acquainted with such an outstanding person? The Great Tao was difficult, and it was not only in the path of Tao. Companions were also very important. In the future, when the epoch changed, there would be a large number of innate and postnatal Great Taos, and a large number of immortal court positions. It was not a single plank bridge. Therefore, it was crucial to travel together. The matter had a relatively satisfactory conclusion. Everyone dispersed because this place was already empty. The melon star had completely disappeared from the universe and no longer existed. Other than the 4 of them, Chifan and Lu Yuzi also stayed for a period of time. Because their relationship was closer, they were 2 people who intended to get close to the 5 Rings group. Qing Xian and Lu Xiaoyi greeted each other and turned to leave. He wanted to go to that Or star to solve the problem of the 4 demons. It was a bit tricky. Only someone like Qing Xian, who was meticulous and had superb methods, could cut the Gordian knot quickly and take into account old relationships, was the most suitable person to step forward. At the same time, he wanted to find out who was behind the demons. The remaining few people gathered in the air to review the Zerg incident and speculate about the possible truth behind it. Don't underestimate others. The 4 people of the 5 Rings group all came from the same realm, so their thinking was somewhat similar. They also needed the opinions of the great cultivators of other realms' orthodoxies, especially a know-it-all like Lu Yuzi who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The old man stroked his long beard. I don't know much about the Red Flood. It's too long ago and can only be recorded in the orthodoxies handed down from generation to generation. A rogue cultivator like me has no way to understand it. But I roughly know where the news of the Melon Star quicksand formation came from. I've been in the exterior realm for nearly 10,000 years, so I still have some connections. It probably can't be hidden from me. Seeing that everyone was listening, he was very satisfied. He couldn't change his hobby of being a teacher. It was an old habit that had been with him for many years. It's not orthodox Taoism. It's also not a direct descendant of Buddhism. It's a large side branch of body cultivators, the ancient blood Jie sect. Shishi was thoughtful. Ancient blood Jie sect? I've heard of it. It seems to be a sect that advocates the return of bloodlines and feeds back to nature. It's just that it's a bit weak now. Not to mention the mainstream orthodoxies, it's no longer as glorious within the body meridians. It's been reduced to a side branch, and it doesn't seem to have changed at all. The body meridians was a rather large system. To put it simply, it was the third largest system in addition to Taoism and Buddhism. However, there were too many differences in the body meridians, and the path was too complicated. Everyone thought that they were the orthodox. Due to their bad temper, the competition between them was even more intense than the outside world. Powerful strength was more wasted on internal friction, so the body meridians had never shown the strength and status that corresponded to their size. The bloodline sect, the fascia sect, the skeleton sect, the flesh sect, the dharma form sect, the supernatural power sect, the ancient martial arts sect, the pause sect, the body sect, and countless others. Under the subdivision, there was a sect in the bloodline sect called the ancient blood Jie sect. Their theory was that human bloodlines came from ancient beasts. The best way to become stronger was to obtain more powerful ancient beasts' bloodlines. In that case, it seemed to have something to do with Zerg's bloodline power evolution. But even if the ancient blood Jie sect wants to find ancient beasts' bloodlines, it seems that they can only find them among the Archean beasts and monsters. There's no reason for them to find Zerg, who everyone in the universe hates, right? Smoke Chimera asked. Lu Yuzi said slowly, you're right. With the Archean bloodline available, who would want to look at bugs? But the problem is that we can't do anything to the Archean beast. They're all powerful, and they're extremely united. They even have someone backing them. As far as I know, one of the leaders of the Heavenly Eyes is the body of an ancient beast god. How can we do it? Only bugs in the universe are not loved by grandma and uncles. They don't have anyone backing them, and they're hated by everyone in the universe. It's best to use them for experiment. Not only will they not be called cruel, but they can also get a huge amount of experimental data. It's perfect. Chapter 2196. The ancient blood sect seems to be weak now. Its inheritance has withered. This is the current situation and the inevitable change of cultivation in the universe. However, it was a big sect when the world of cultivation first took shape. Its strength was even comparable to Taoism and Buddhism, because that was the era when the power of bloodlines was the mainstream. However, as the world of cultivation changed, the power of bloodlines became weaker and weaker, while the power of knowledge became stronger and stronger. In the end, Taoism and Buddhism became the mainstream, while the ancient blood sect gradually declined. This is the trend of cultivation, and no one can change it. Lu Yuzi smiled. Although it declined, when the ancient blood sect was flourishing, many people used it to go to the immortal court. The old man didn't say much. This was a private matter of the immortal court. Even if it was an outdated immortal court, it was not something you could talk about casually. In the past, such talk would be nonsense. However, now that the universe was in chaos and the immortal court couldn't even take care of itself, the environment of public opinion was more relaxed. In fact, it was very simple. There was a group of immortals from the ancient blood sect in the immortal court. They were the tide of the times in their era and were very popular. However, the good times didn't last long. As time passed and the cultivation environment developed, the ancient blood sect's glory was no longer there. The rising stars of Taoism and Buddhism entered the stage, and there was a lot of competition. The fact was that the ancient blood sect had declined, but the immortals of the ancient blood sect were still there. This was awkward. Most of the orthodoxies in the world of cultivation were very prosperous in the main world, but because there was no one above them, they suffered from all kinds of struggles and ups and downs. The ancient blood sect was the opposite. Their orthodoxy was very rough, but because it didn't conform to the historical rules of cultivation, it was eliminated. No immortals could save it. Unless the ancient blood sect changed its foundation and gave up the original power of bloodlines, it seemed impossible to let these immortals dig their own holes. The Red Tide was the immortal of the ancient blood's efforts to revive the ancient blood sect in the main world. As for how to borrow power, this was the highest secret of the ancient blood sect. Outsiders who didn't know the mysteries of the bloodline would not know. But Shishi thought further. If that's the case, combined with the few words in the history of the sect, I can make some guesses. The revival of the ancient blood-severing sect did not begin when the era was about to change. In truth, they had long sensed the decline of their orthodoxies. They also had thoughts of defying the heavens and changing their fate. 1 or 2 million years ago, they had already conducted shocking experiments in the origin world. This was how Zerg was created. No wonder the origin of Zerg's race was so abrupt and strange. It was as if they were pieced together by various ancient beasts. The time of their appearance was completely inconsistent with the changes of the universe. Their sudden appearance was inexplicable. They were actually the experimental subjects of the ancient blood immortals from the upper realm? Or a failed experiment? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Only Lu Yuzi closed his eyes and smiled. Shishi continued, in the upper realm, such a mistake is considered a great crime. Creating races out of thin air and disrupting the order of cultivation. As a result, they were suppressed by the entire immortal court. The experiment ended in failure. The ancient blood immortals were ordered to reflect on themselves. Thus, Zerg was born. They were left to fend for themselves. However, although the experimental subjects of the ancient blood-severing sect were not good in other aspects, their vitality was unusually strong. They thought that the races that appeared out of thin air would eventually disappear silently. Unexpectedly, Zerg had also made a name for himself in the universe for more than 1 million years. The immortal court acquiesced to their existence. Anyway, they could not become insect immortals. It was just enough to add some fun to the dull cultivation order in the lower realm. This was also the style of the immortals. They would not let themselves get involved in the karma of the extermination of their race for no reason, even if this race was just an accident in the experiment. If everything was normal, things would be like this. Zerg would still be active, and the immortals of the ancient blood-severing sect would become more and more lonely. However, the change of the era gave everyone a chance to change their fate. The short man wanted to grow taller, the thin man wanted to become fatter. The immortals of the ancient blood-severing sect would certainly see the opportunity. They had to try. Because if they did not try now, they would not have the chance to try anymore. Even if you obediently followed the arrangements of the immortal court, would you be able to survive the change of the era? The immortal court was in chaos, and the upper immortals could not even take care of themselves. Therefore, Zerg's second red flood was created. This was a method that had been researched long ago, and it was just right to use it at this time. I dare say that Zerg's red flood will definitely happen, because no plan would place all hope in one direction. There must be a second melon star, or even a third, or even a fourth. We are few in number, how can we stop them? No one said anything, because Shishi's analysis was meticulous. Although there might be some deviations in the details, the overall situation was probably right. It was difficult to find practical evidence in the cultivation world, but if one started from the chain of interests, it was actually not difficult to infer many things. However, the Zerg race's red flood was one of the rare cultivation events that would affect ordinary humans. When the Zerg swarmed past, they would not abide by the rule that mortals had nothing to do and would only attack cultivators. This was also the reason why the Zerg were hated by everyone in the universe. Now, the Melon Star's red flood this time chose to attack the beast civilization. What if it chose to attack humans in other directions? The key was that if the swarm overflowed, as the most widespread cultivation race in the universe, how could humans not be involved? It was fine if they did not know, but since they were involved, how could they pretend that they had nothing to do with it? Everyone was thinking, wondering what they should do in this event. Lu Yuzi did not comment on Shishi's words, but since he did not refute, it was actually a tacit agreement. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi and asked, "What do you think, Enforcer?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "The universe is so big, it is not something that a few half-immortals can do. The origin of the Red Flood is also not something that we can find one by one. But I think that even if it is impossible, it does not mean that we can do nothing. The heavenly axiom didn't let us participate in it just to be witnesses. What I mean is, I, Lu Xiaoyi, will definitely take care of this matter. I wonder if everyone is willing to help me." He was talking nonsense. Those who chose to stay here were all close to him. This was a matter of human survival. How could there be anything about being willing or not? Smokey snorted. "Let's be serious. You are not the only one here who bemoans the state of the universe. Also, I will tell you the truth. If we can really do this, we will get extra points from the heavenly axiom. This is much more useful than fishing for divine sand. In the future, when we ascend to immortality and establish our Tao, it will be a contribution that others can't compare to. This is an opportunity that can't be found in the early stages of the change of eras, but you are asking if we are willing to help you. Lu Xiaoyi, are you trying to monopolize all the benefits?" Chapter 2197. Senior Sister Yang Chang was getting better at talking. With just a few curses, she had already explained the ins and outs of the matter, as well as the cause and effect behind it. With her scolding, no one else had any objections. What killing Zerg? Everyone wanted to leave a good impression in front of the heavenly axiom that they cared about the big picture. When they climbed up in the future, the heavenly axiom might open a path for them because of this reason. This was more useful than anything else. "Do you have a strategy?" Lu Yuzi was still calm and collected, but he was proud in his heart. It was not wrong to hold on to this leg. There were many kinds of abilities for a cultivator, and being able to judge people was also a very important part. There were countless cultivators in the exterior realm, but none of them were willing to bend down and hang out with these young people. But he, Lu Yuzi, was different. As long as he could become an immortal, it would be no problem for him to hang out with children. As a rogue cultivator, he never valued this. His eyes were sharp. Since the incident with the exterior Tiantian plate, he had been optimistic about Lu Peng. Since then, he had been trying to get closer to Lu Peng, step by step. Although the things he encountered were always bold and unconstrained, he felt that his path was becoming clearer and clearer in this seemingly chaotic situation. Previously, he was confused, not because he was afraid of death, but because he did not know which direction to die in. Which direction to face. Now he understood. He had to hold on tight. He did not want to wait until the leg became a thigh and he could not hold on tight anymore. Lu Xiaoyi smiled slightly. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to hide anything. There are three aspects. At the heavenly eyes level, I will communicate with the higher-ups and obtain an understanding. The heavenly eyes deity will come forward to check the immortals of the ancient blood Jesek. At least, we can't let them interfere with the lower realm unscrupulously. Only then will we have a safe environment to move in. Otherwise, if we create an immortal, who can stand it? A few people laughed. Chi Fan laughed and scolded, *CK him. Secondly, mobilize the interior and exterior realm. Don't think about taking all the credit and reaping all the benefits. We will just be the guides and get an extra share of the heavenly favor. The rest will be shared by everyone. This way, it will be convenient to do things, and everyone will have something to strive for. Otherwise, even if we succeed, we will leave a reputation among the half-immortals for taking all the benefits. That may not be a good thing. Moreover, the few of us can't do this, But if thousands upon thousands of half-immortals move out, it is possible to search the entire universe, contributing to the survival of mankind. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by before the end of the era. Everyone nodded. Even if it was a good thing, how to do it was still a test. There were plenty of idiots who would turn a good deed into a bad deed, but official Lu was clearly different in this aspect. He was someone who wanted to achieve great things, and not someone who simply wanted to be a hero. This was very important. Most of the time, heroes were not worth following. Lu Xiaoyi made specific arrangements. Everyone, return to the inner and outer scenic skies and spread the news. Emphasize on Zerg's popularity. Everyone understands what's going on. Build momentum and lay the foundation for the masses of demigods. I will make an imperial decree in the heavenly eyes, and then, with a shout, tens of thousands of half-immortals will descend to the lower realm and search every nook and cranny of the universe. I don't believe that I won't be able to find the other reddish directions of the insect. The melon star is in the northern sky, so theoretically, could it be in the eastern, western, and eastern sky? Everyone agreed in unison. This was an appropriate strategy. It was reasonable and had evidence. Raising the banner for all mankind in the universe, it was to pave the way for themselves to ascend to immortality. Lu Xiaoyi stretched out the last finger. After mobilizing the half-immortals in the inner and outer scenic skies, spread the news to the various domains of the main world. The entire cultivation world of the universe will act together. Not only humans, but also demonic beasts and spirit treasures. Don't let go of any suspicious movements of Zerg. I heard that as long as there is water and spiritual opportunity, there will definitely be humans. Now is the time to verify this statement. Lu Yuzi stroked his beard and smiled. Spread the misfortune of the melon star in the northern sky. I believe that all the demonic beasts in the universe will go crazy. Then, the ancient beasts will pay attention, and then the void beasts all over the universe will join in. Not a single nook or cranny could escape their search. Don't worry, no matter how big the universe is, Zerg, who has angered everyone, will have nowhere to hide. They had to mobilize all their forces. If they acted slowly, it might cause a red glow to form somewhere. If they really acted at that time, they wouldn't be able to get rid of the root. There would always be fish that escaped the net, and then the next generation would reproduce and evolve in the vast universe. There would be no end to it. The general plan had been set, and the rest were the details. Lu Yuzi was in charge of the exterior, and Qing Xian Shishi was in charge of the interior. Their time was tight, and they needed to do their best. Lu Yuzi saw that everyone was discussing enthusiastically, and pulled Lu Xiaoyi to the side. As a member of this circle, he needed to contribute his own efforts. He wasn't strong, but he was very well informed in the exterior. He had access to some of the most secretive secrets. These people came all the way to Melon Star for the so-called divine sand of the immortal river of Dachi Heaven. Do you think we're a little too attached to external things, Inspector? Lu Xiaoyi was also very straightforward. Our sword vein orthodoxy doesn't advocate relying on external things, but we don't oppose other orthodoxies relying on external things to achieve Tao. There's no difference between good and bad, and the foundations of orthodoxies are different. I feel that there are so many experts and great cultivators in the interior and exterior, but only 20 or so people came. It's really not a lot. Why? The change of the era is imminent, and everyone is paying attention to the cultivation of the state of mind instead of external things. Lu Yuzi chuckled. There are many reasons, and they contradict each other, so there's no need to elaborate. But these people came for the divine sand, and not just to set up a formation to kill the enemy. They have another purpose, and that is to erect a monument. Lu Xiaoyi said in surprise, erect a monument. Half immortal. Just like the Heaven's Choice continent. Lu Yuzi nodded. There are some things that need to be prepared for a rainy day. What method will be used to solve the problem of the great Tao during the change of the era? That's the problem. Will it be completely decided by the heavenly Tao? Or can living beings also participate in it? The trend now is more and more towards living beings being able to participate in it and express themselves. Then, the heavenly Tao and the entire universe's cultivation world will jointly decide. This is also more in line with the development of the universe's cultivation world. The present is different from the past, and it's not like the immemorial era, where one person established the Tao and the heavenly Tao was judged and recognized. The current cultivation world still has to consider the hearts and minds of the countless cultivators in the cultivation world before finally establishing the great Tao. Here, the test of the heavenly Tao is still the most important, but the common will of the cultivators can't be ignored. After all, the Tao is the great Tao of everyone. You can't establish a great Tao that everyone opposes. This is the inevitable trend of the cultivation world's development. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It seemed to make a lot of sense. At least, the heavenly Tao was no longer the only one. This was good news. It meant that progress was no longer exclusive. Chapter 2198. Lu Yuzi was full of yearning. Since the great Tao is no longer monopolized by the heavenly Tao, the cultivators also have the right to like and hate. One person's power is small, but under the common will of billions of cultivators, it is also a power that cannot be ignored. Then, since you want to obtain the support of most of the cultivators, they should at least know what your Tao is. Mechanism, core, philosophy, purpose. Wait, if you want to establish your Tao, it is impossible to spread your ideas to everyone. There is no time, no energy, and no practical possibility. You can only learn from the great Tao tablet of Heaven's choice continent. Every cultivator who has the ambition to establish their own Tao will integrate their own ideals into the Tao stele for everyone to see, to evaluate, to share, to experiment, and finally to come to a conclusion. Before the epoch changes, there will be a clear winner. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi heard of such a thing. He had to admit that this was indeed a good deed to establish one's Tao. No matter how the cultivator thought about it, whether it was a mule or a horse, it had to be brought out for a walk. Let the cultivators in the cultivation world evaluate, criticize, and find mistakes. It was also a process of gradual improvement and deepening, which was a good thing. Studying behind closed doors, and once the world knew about it, this kind of concept was indeed not suitable for the current cultivation environment. Would the true great Tao be afraid of being seen by others? Who came up with this idea? The idea is very high. To let the great Tao truly reach the bottom of the cultivation world, and no longer be a private property controlled by a few people. In the immortal court, is there an immortal who can make such a decision? Lu Yuzi smiled mysteriously and subconsciously lowered his voice. Hearsay, we are also guessing. This action should not be from the immortal court. It should be from an existence one level higher than the immortal court. One level higher than the immortal court? There seemed to be only one possibility. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. These old half-immortals really dared to guess. But there was one point. How could such a change of the universe not involve the highest-level cultivators? It was just that they hid behind the scenes and rarely appeared in front of people. They belonged to the mastermind behind the scenes. There was no need to think too much about this matter. The traces of Hong were vague and vague. It would not be completely revealed in front of the cultivators of the lower realm. The half-immortals of the lower realm could only vaguely see the immortal court above. Only when they reached the immortal court could they see a higher level. For the current them, it was meaningless to look at Hong's changes. It would only disturb their state of mind and cause them to speculate. It would be more natural for them to pretend that they did not know. Letting all the half-immortals in the universe set up Tao tree steles was a very creative move. In fact, there might not be as many as imagined. This was because not every half-immortal would be on the verge of ascending to immortality before and after the change of era. There were also those who had only taken a single step, or those who had not stabilized their cultivation, or those who did not have confidence in their great Tao, and so on. Let's take the exterior realm, which had the most people, as an example. Most of the half-immortals were below the third decay realm. Those who were truly at the fourth or fifth decay realm might not even be able to pick out 1,000 people from tens of thousands of people. The same situation happened in the interior realm. It was already not bad if half of the interior realm half-immortals could set up a stele among the 1,000 people. If the half-immortals who were scattered in the universe were included, even 3,000 people would be a threshold. These people were the trendsetters of the era. They were at the right place at the right time, facing the change of era. They were people with great luck. Where should we set it up? Could it also be in the Heaven's Choice continent? Lu Yuzi shook his head. Of course not. It won't be in any realm, especially in the Heaven's Choice continent. The Heaven's Choice continent was created by Hong Maro. It was not related to the mainstream three graces and was separated from each other. Lu Xiaoyi's question meant that if they really set up a stele in the Heaven's Choice continent, then it would be meaningless because the mainstream three graces might not recognize it. I heard news that it's below the three enclosures, the projection of the immortal court, the center of the universe. In the Daoist system, the universe was divided into 5 systems. The azure dragon in the east, the white tiger in the west, the vermilion bird in the south, the black tortoise in the north, and the yellow dragon in the middle. The yellow dragon here represented the location of the immortal court, which was the 3 enclosures. The so-called enclosures meant city walls. The 3 enclosures were the purple enclosure, which represented the imperial palace. The supreme enclosure represented the administrative organization. The heavenly market enclosure represented the bustling streets and markets, which represented the prosperity of the immortal court. However, the immortal court was not located in the main world. It was high up in the unfathomable 36 heavens. However, the projection of the immortal court in the main world was located in the Yellow Dragon region. From where the Yellow Dragon was, the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west were the 4 symbols heavens. The east, west, north, south, east, west, north, and south were not the actual east, west, north, south, but generally referred to the projection of the immortal court in the main world, the center of the Yellow Dragon, and the 4 directions that spread out infinitely. They were actually infinitely big, dividing the entire boundless universe into 4 similarly infinite directional starry sky regions. The Yellow Dragon of the immortal court in the main world was the center of the universe. Why was it here? Because this was the first point of change after the creation of the universe and the primal chaos. During the process of the 5 symbols, the universe was initially formed. However, this kind of formation did not form the entire universe all of a sudden. Instead, it started from a single point and gradually spread out. In that case, the first point of the embryonic form of the universe in the primal chaos was the central location, which was called the Yellow Dragon. Above the Yellow Dragon was the 36 heavens, which was the immortal court. The stele that Lu Yuzi mentioned this time was at the center of the universe, the land of the Yellow Dragon. It was the same distance to the east, south, west, and north heavens. It represented a certain meaning and also made it convenient for cultivators to come and go. When the time came, not only would there be half-immortals erecting steles, there would also be a large number of cultivators coming to view the steles, including those half-immortals who temporarily did not erect steles, as well as those true monarchs yuanying, as long as you could reach the land of the Yellow Dragon in your lifetime. From the sound of it, it seems to be very serious. No matter if it's in theory or feasibility, it's very reasonable. Then, has someone really started erecting steles in the Yellow Dragon region? Lu Yuzi nodded. My information is very fast. However, when I heard this news, it is said that there were no less than 100 steles erected in the land of the Yellow Dragon. Now that I have told this news to the enforcer, there is no need to investigate in detail how many Dao steles there are. There should be at least a few hundred, right? I really don't know where these people's information came from. It's inconceivable that they are so sharp. However, I feel that you are not the first to ascend to immortality, or the first to erect steles, right? The key is still the great Tao itself. Otherwise, no matter how early you erect it, it won't be of any use. This logic is not hard to understand, so there is no need to be anxious. Only 17 great Taos have collapsed, almost half of them. There is still enough time. There are many people like us who came to get the divine sand to erect steles. It can make us look a little immortal, that's all. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.